Sox, Brewers, and Pirates. You've got the Angels and Dodgers in Anaheim, as well as the A's playing host to the Rays. One note in college sports, Fresno State has named veteran transfer E.J. Warner as the team's starting quarterback, according to ESPN. Why is that a story? Well, Warner is the son of Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, and he emerged from a three-man battle and will be Fresno State's Week 1 starter at Kansas on October 23rd.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Monday to everybody on a beautiful Monday. Even more beautiful when the Mariners take 9 of 10 on their homestand. By the way, let me correct that story. The Fresno State story with Warner's son, their first game is August 23rd, not October 23rd. I misspoke there. But
well, at least you got whose son it was.
Yeah, that's right.
You got that part down.
Yeah, that's right. The great Kurt Warner and his son, E.J. Warner, will be the starter. So there you go. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend out there. A beautiful weekend weather-wise, beautiful weekend sports-wise as the Mariners just continue to roll. We're going to talk all about that. Rowland-Smith will join us at 3 p.m. for his weekly conversation. We'll catch up with Bob Condotta at 4 p.m., talk Hawks with him, and El Hombre, Michael Bradley, joining us at 5 p.m. today as opposed to tomorrow. Mariners are on the East Coast, so an early game taking on the Orioles after just a tremendous homestand. And I don't even know what you say about this team at this point. If you're a Mariner fan, you call yourself a Mariner fan, I don't know how you could come out of this homestand taking 9 of 10, watching back-to-back sweeps, watching the manner in which they won games when they weren't playing particularly well, grinding it out. How do you not come out of this series with some level of optimism, some level of excitement, and even asking the question, is this the best team in the American League?
Right now, it looks like it for sure, especially if you look at their lineup just up and down 1 through 9. I mean, it's just been, and we'll talk about some of the guys that, are batting in that 6 through 9 spot. But, I mean, your stars are doing what they're supposed to do, including on the pitching side. And it's just been amazing to watch that side of it. But you look at the one loss you have was an extra innings in 11 innings. We lost 6-4. You end up winning an extra innings game, 4-3 over Chicago, over the White Sox. And, you can say what you want about the opponents, but you look at Chicago, they did exactly what they're supposed to do, right? And, they're right now 10-3 versus Texas. They just entirely, and that series is over for them, I believe. And, it's just they just took care of business and they have the Rangers' number, man.
Yeah, they do. They've got everybody's number at this point, it appears. And the White Sox, record-wise, you look at them and go, well, that's not a good team. And they're not a good team. But look at who they've been after the All-Star break. And look at their record. I believe they were 10-5 coming into this series. They were just piling up runs. That offense was just, one game after another of 6, 8, 9 runs. I mean, just piling up runs. So, yeah, overall, not a great team record-wise, playing dramatically different after the All-Star break when they came into Seattle. And you shut them down. I mean, that's so, you got to account for a team that's hot. Every team in this league is capable. Every team can beat you. It doesn't matter. The Rockies can beat you. The White Sox can beat you. So, the fact that they were rolling and they had and that's a dangerous team because they've got nothing to lose.
Right.
They're out there just playing for, that's young guys trying to make the roster, trying to prove that they're worthy of being an everyday player at whatever position they're playing. And they want to be spoilers. There's no playoffs hanging in the balance where they might go up there tight and trying too hard. No, that's a team that's dangerous. So, I'm not trying to make them sound like they're, the Bronx Bombers in the 50s or anything, but it's, every team in this league is capable. It's a down year in the American League, and you look at it and go, I don't know who you point to and go, well, that team is decidedly better than the Mariners. I don't know who that is. There are teams that, The Astros they're the kings until they get dethroned, right? At least in the division, not the AL, but in the division. And there's certainly teams you worry about, when the matchup you're faced with that matchup. But this team is it's a deep lineup 1 through 9, And you saw that on display. There are nights where the stars came up big, and there are nights where they were shut down. And that's when 7, 8, and 9 came up. And that's where the middle of the line. I mean, everybody took turns having an impact. And, it's been incredibly fun to watch this team. Watch what they're doing now. They're sitting there a half game back of Houston right now in the AL West. They're the number 1 wild card. They're one game ahead of Boston, who's the number 2 wild card. The Yankees are number 3. They're 3.5 games ahead of them. So you're in a great spot. If you're Houston, you're looking behind you going, geez, we got to keep winning. This team is just on fire right now. They're rolling. You got one more series left this season with the Astros. Hopefully they're in complete disarray by the time that happens. But it was just an amazing homestand, far better than you could reasonably expect in the way of results. And it helps when your superstars find it again, when they find what brought them to superstardom, if you will, in the first half.
Hauser from the stretch, and the next pitch swung on, belted deep to right field, a line shot, and it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. There's number 45, and Cal Raleigh didn't waste any time after moving by Javi Lopez on the all-time catcher's home run list. He's now tied for second with Johnny Bench. The historical year is getting better and better and better, and it gives the Mariners a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the first inning. Number 45 in the books for Cal Raleigh. He now has 98 runs batted in, and it's only August the 10th. The storybook year continues for Cal.
It appears Cal Raleigh's month-long slump is over. 3 games in a row with a home run.
Yeah. 8 RBIs during that time.
Yep. Just looks like he's found it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And and that's the thing that I just look at this. You were talking about a complete team, and if you're another team looking at them, like the bullpen has picked up every once in a while when, you have like Logan Evans that goes out there and pitches 5. They've been taking care of business for him. You got the bottom part of your lineup is. I know I don't want to say they're superstars, but I mean they're more than what you would expect. And then guys like Cal and Randy and just the normal guys, that and it's so much longer now with Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor, but you just expect those things from them. That's what you're getting, and so they are pretty much firing on all pistons right now. And yeah, I mean I was just looking at you were talking about Chicago. You had Wu go 7 innings, only 1 earned run. You had Kirby go 6 innings, only 2 earned runs. Logan Gilbert goes 5 innings, but only gives up 1 earned run. So they're pitching well. Everything about them says this is the hottest team in Major League Baseball right now. Yeah, well, right behind the Brewers. Brewers have won 9 in a row. So yeah. we gotta defer to them, but yeah, they're hottest team in the American League. They steal a lot of bases too. Yeah, but hottest team in the American League without question. And again, watching these guys just up and down the lineup and seeing the new guy, Gino hasn't even gotten going yet. Yeah, I mean he had a big hit yesterday, but he's you knew with Gino comes swing and miss. There's been a lot of that, he's got 1 home run since he's been here. He had a double in his first game. Drove in a couple runs yesterday. So it's, maybe he starts to find it, but that's the beauty of it is you don't even, unless you're really isolated on him, you don't even realize he hasn't even really had that impact yet, but he does make your lineup longer. You do, when he steps up to the plate, you're not going, well, here's an out. Now, those moments are gone. I expect just about everybody in this lineup, when they step up to the plate, something good's going to happen. Unless they're running, Dylan Moore out there, or they're running Garver or Solano. And even those guys here and there chipped in, Solano and Garver in this series. So, but for the most part, 1 through 9, you're going, where's the hole? It doesn't mean everybody's an all-star, but just the way they've all found ways to contribute. Again, Cole Young doesn't have a hit in the game, but he's got 4 walks, So it's just huge what they've been doing. And then the new addition of Josh Naylor, just love this guy. Love everything he brings to the table. He's just an absolute pro when it comes to his approach, the way he analyzes. I love hearing him talk about the game. He did an interview with Jen Mueller after the game yesterday, and it's just interesting to see how he, was talking about the opposing pitcher. And, when I could see his body slow down a bit when he's throwing the changeup, and then I could see his motion when he's throwing this pitch. So I knew I could get to that. He's analyzing. He's just up there. He's like a little computer brain going on up there, and he's making adjustments within the at-bat Do you remember an interview like that with where somebody walks you through like that was incredible.
Mm-hmm.
You know what he's looking at and what he's picking up on, and you look at his eyes and you just wonder like what's going on there and behind those eyes, and he's got a lot that he's paying attention to, man. And then just some of his answers, like he does the splits on the one. Basically, I mean, was that legitimate splits? I should ask my wife to come in and tell me if it's like legitimate.
I don't know if it was a
like
legitimate split, but it was incredibly flexible and acrobatic. And I like how Jen was saying, "How do you catch that ball?" Or I can't remember how she phrased the question, but he's like, "You just got to catch it." Well, but walk us through what does it take to do that? He's like, You got to catch the ball. You got to catch the ball. But
and so he doesn't put a lot of thought into those kinds of moments and everything. But then, hearing that you were describing earlier about trying to pick up on little hints that the pitcher's given you and everything, I'm like, wow. I mean, that was incredible. And we knew he was a really intense guy, and we knew that he takes baseball very, very seriously. And I just didn't realize that part that you were getting him. Obviously, and really the base running as well. And I like to think a lot of that is because of his smarts, his baseball acumen. But then, you're also getting a guy who's a great glove at first base and yeah, an incredible hitter. Just love having this guy on the team. He just kind of takes it up a notch.
Yeah, he's a professional. He knows how to win, and he's consistent. I mean, he's been a producer since he's been here. We'll talk more about it, but I mean, coming up with some insurance in yesterday's game when they needed it.
The 2-2. Swung on, smashed, right field. This has got a chance. It's in the seats. Josh Naylor, a solo home run. His 4th with the Mariners, his 15th on the year. A little more breathing room for the Mariners. It's 5-3 in the 7th inning. Mariners continue to play long ball.
Yeah, just a huge addition and just a great homestand. Again, the only team in baseball to take 9 wins out of a homestand this year. They go 9-1, and Dan Wilson just sort of summing it all up.
A great way to end the homestand. Just another, outstanding ball game by our guys. I think getting 4 there in the first 45 pitch inning, that's really hard to do. Some really good at bats, getting some traffic. Gino with the big, RBIs, base hit. Cal, obviously the number 45. Johnny Bench is a pretty big name. So when you tie him, you're really doing something, and unbelievable. Just a great way, kind of put them on their heels a little bit at first. And then, they tried to call back in. They hit some pitches that were out of the strike zone off of Brian. And then, I think adding on a couple runs late was huge for us and getting a little bit wider margin there in the end.
Yeah, just everything rolling their way, even when it wasn't rolling their way. Again, finding ways to get it done. And you had the middle of your lineup coming through. Cal, as we talked about, home runs in 3 consecutive games, 8 runs driven in those games. Julio in his last 7 games, 10 hits, 4 home runs, 8 runs driven in. He's hitting .345 with a .387 on base, .759 slug, 1146 OPS. I mean, he's second half Julio. I guess we just learned to count on this and expect it, and he's becoming that guy. And then Naylor, as we just talked about, 15 games he's played with the Mariners. He's got 11 hits. He's got a hit in 11 of those games. He's got more than 11 hits, but he's only had 4 games where he didn't come up with at least 1 hit. He's got 4 home runs, 11 stolen bases. He's got, in 15 games, he's got as many stolen bases as he had in 93 games this year with the Diamondbacks. So I don't know what's changed with his aggressiveness. I don't know if the team said, "Hey, go do this. You've got the green light. We want you to run." I don't know why he's been so much more aggressive here in a short amount of time than he was. Again, 93 games he played with Arizona, 11 stolen bases. 15 games with the Mariners, 11 stolen bases. So,
yeah, and never in a million years would have expected that he's a base stealer. And just look at his career. But
he's not by his career.
Yeah, I wonder what changed for him. But I love the guys that get the steals not because they're blazing fast.
Yeah, it's
because he's reading the pitcher. And I don't know. It's just such a high concentration game, just in general, that you have to every single situation. And for a guy like that who is just so locked in and dialed in, because we talk about this like with the Seahawks every once in a while. You run across a player who's like, man, he's really good, but like he's not in. His head's not in the game. And, I would say with Cal and him and really Randy as well, I just feel like you've got guys. I mean, you could probably say the same thing about Julio just because, he's such a good defender. But you got some guys that are just entirely locked in. And I like that, Naylor brings that culture to the clubhouse.
Yeah, and it's coming at the right time. I mean, the team's getting healthy. Guys are starting to find it. We're talking about Julio, who obviously had some very hot and cold streaks leading up to this part of the season.
Yeah.
And we'll see how things go when the rosters expand. We'll see how they work in Rayleigh, how they work in Robles, how they manage things. But right now, you've got a lineup for the most part. Not everybody's red hot, but for the most part, is functioning 1 through 9 and is a problem. So I'm curious, for those of you, the text line is there for you, 866-979-3776. If you're the biggest Mariner skeptic, pessimist, whatever, what is it you're not buying into yet in watching this team? I came out of this weekend going, man, I know there are cynics. I see them on Twitter. I see them on social media. They're pessimistic. Yeah, but this didn't happen. Yeah, they won, but. Yeah, they won, but. Or this guy did that, but. There's always a but. There's a qualification. What do you need to see? What's I mean, this team is on fire and arguably the best team in the American League. If they're not, they're in the conversation. They're in the debate, and it's not a goofy conversation like, what are you talking about? Mariners are arguably the best team in the league, right, in the American League right now. So what is it if you're that staunch pessimist, if you're not buying into them yet, why? Why not? What's worrying you? What's still hanging over your head other than the fact that I know they haven't won? I know they've only been to the playoffs once since 2000. I get all of that. But just isolating who they are currently in these circumstances of the American League now, why wouldn't you be buying into them?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess if you believe in whatever the magic or voodoo or whatever that Houston is performing down there, you think they're going to make a comeback. But yeah, just like we talked about earlier, I mean, bullpen has been fine, and then your pitching is really starting to improve. Just looking at some of the numbers now, their quality starts, they're number 8. And then walks, they're number 10. Opponent batting average and whip, they're like number 7, number 10. So, yeah, the pitching, there's really not much to dislike right now as far as the Mariners are going right now. So, and you also feel like now with Julio going and, somebody can have a slump. Somebody can have, a 3-4 game where they just entirely check out. And they're going to get picked up by the rest of this lineup.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, Cal's the best example. Cal's been slumping since before the All-Star game. I know everybody wants to throw it on the home run derby, but go look at his numbers. Go look at his game log. It started before that. It was a bad month in July. Not a good month. You sustain it. You're a winning team. And your superstar, the guy who's carried you, was he'd pop in, home run here and there, but for the most part, really down month for him, yet the record doesn't tell you that. Because the lineup was just so productive up and down. It's been an amazing run. And Mark DeRosa, your guy talking about the Mariners, and you guys can weigh in on this as well. If they're not the best team in the American League, who is? I think you could make the very strong argument they are, and he seems to agree.
You look around, they're the most complete team
best team in the American League.
I think so.
Over the Astros.
Like, they should feel that way.
Really?
They should feel that way. From a starting rotation, the depth of their lineup now, Rosarena on down, Naylor, Suarez, J-Rod, J.P. Crawford. Put up the boards of Cal Raleigh, please. You're getting a historic, and he might track down Judge here.
So Naylor and Suarez changed it that much because we didn't talk about this team like that.
They were the two perfect backs that they needed.
Okay.
Right? You bring in Suarez, who has been there and endeared himself to the fan base and all the teammates. You saw them. Then you bring in edge personified in Josh Naylor. But what you also bring in is a guy, look at this, who knew he was going to steal bags? I don't know if this is coincidence or he's doing this on purpose, but he brings an edge and a quality of at-bat to that lineup that they sorely needed.
I think he's stealing on purpose. I don't think it's an accident. Yeah. Whether he's just decided that on his own or if the team pulled him aside and said, look, we've seen you. You've got the green light. You feel like you got the pitcher's timing down? Go. Yeah, I don't know if the message is different here. Love to talk to him about that. Hopefully get a chance to speak to him at some point. But, yeah, just it's a the fact he's done what he's done in 15 games is wildly impressive, and we'll talk more about his future coming up, but let's just get the ball rolling on signing him. Can we do that?
Yes.
I would.
I don't think anybody would complain.
Yeah, I'd be in strong favor of that, raising both hands. Yes, let's do that. All right, let's take two.
Big one today. The Astros and Red Sox start a 3-game series in Houston. So Garrett Crochet goes for Boston. For the Astros, Christian Javier makes his season debut. He missed the past 14 months due to Tommy John surgery that he had in June of 2024.
I'm hoping it takes him a while to find any sort of rhythm, that he goes out there and he just doesn't feel quite right. I don't want him to be hurt, but I just want him to go out there and struggle and just get his brains beaten in. Would be delightful.
Well, and he probably will. I mean, we've seen pitchers coming off of that. It takes a while. It takes a long time, actually. And so, yeah, I feel like they've run out of magic in Houston. Go Red Sox.
Well, some injury updates around the NFL. So Matthew Stafford was supposed to practice today, sat out again, so he still hasn't practiced for the Rams. And then a scary situation for the Eagles and their all-pro guard, Landon Dickerson. He was carted out of practice last night. Sounds like it's a meniscus injury. Adam Schefter reports the Eagles are hoping, though, he'll be available for the season opener.
Are we talking about a tear, or are we talking about just an aggravation there? Because, man, if you have to have meniscus taken out, I don't think he's going to be ready for the season. But, yeah, I mean, look, I don't – it always sucks for head coaches and GMs during camp when you lose a guy in the preseason in a meaningless game. It's painful. I hate seeing that.
Yeah, and then more importantly, I hope Stafford is, going to take a while to find his rhythm. Maybe his back becomes an impediment, or they're erring on the side of caution. We'll find out, but that team's a huge threat, and he's the key to their success, obviously. So if he's not 100%, that opens the door for the Seahawks, which I'm not mad at all. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. A major concern popped up for the Seahawks over the weekend. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
With preseason game 1 in the books,
here's Milroe rolling out to the right side and throws a dart.
The work continues going into the final week of training camp. Whose stock is on the rise?
Jalen played well.
Who's on the bubble?
Oots can run for a 270-pounder.
Nobody has the Seahawks covered like Seattle Sports.
You felt the line of scrimmage. You felt the physicality.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton.
On 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey friends, Stacy here. Wayscar Ford of Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of their great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles. Also, large discounts on their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell a car? Wayscar Ford's vehicle profit sharing plan is the best deal out there. They purchase your car and pay you right up front. Then, when Wayscar Ford resells your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there's absolutely no games, no gimmicks, and no pressure. That's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile no questions asked return policy on absolutely every vehicle they sell. Change your mind for any reason, bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. So if you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key, no-pressure experience, and a full 5-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee, Wayscar Ford is the place to go. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com. Wayscarford.com.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
How we going, mates? It's Ryan Rowland-Smith for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. If you haven't heard about it already, at the start of this year, I decided to get in the best shape of my life. So I lost 30 pounds of body fat and I kept all that lean muscle. Best decision I ever made. People ask me all the time, what was the motivation to get in such good shape? So a couple of things. Number one, who doesn't want to be in the best shape of their life, right? Obviously physically, but for me, more important mentally. And it starts with a diet, and I finally figured out you can't outwork it. Eastside gave me all the tools I needed to be able to prepare food, have tons of energy, and was never, ever hungry. But there are some other motivators too. I had to lose a bunch of visceral fat. I found out I had way too much of that, especially as I hit my 40s. But one more, look, this is the most important one. I wanted to set a really good example for my kids, to be the best version of myself. My kids look up to me, and I want to be the absolute best example and role model. So look, if any of these resonate with you, there's no better time to start. The time is right now. Make that free 15-minute call to Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and get it started today. It'll change your life like it did mine.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Seahawks training camp rolls on in preparation for the Kansas City Chiefs, who they'll face off against this week in preseason game number 2. Mike McDonald speaking with the media on Saturday, talking about some potential issues they may have. Now, Dave, you've been concerned about the lack of depth at the linebacker spot as we've talked about the roster and what do you like, what were you worried about, all these different things. And on Saturday, had some potentially concerning news about Tyrese Knight.
Yeah, so Tyrese he's getting close with his knee. He also has another medical issue that we're working through right now that we're not going to give you the all the details on it, but we're working through it, and we expect him to be back for the opener, but it's gonna be a couple weeks.
That's concerning, no question about it. And I was just hoping, I sent you guys in the email, I was like, man, I hope it's not like a staph infection or something like that. I mean, that would be bad, but it doesn't sound like that. It sounds like it's something, that's going on, whether he's sick or whatever. But I'll say this, after having seen the amount of camp that I've seen and the mock game and watching the game the other day, I like Patrick O'Connell. I think he's my concerns now. If Tyrese Knight is injured and out, and then it's Patio, and then also Drake Thomas, yeah, I'll be concerned. I'll be concerned about the depth. But if you get Tyrese Knight back and he's okay, but I think that O'Connell can hold it down for a while. I've just seen lots of really good things from him. He's quick. He gets off of blocks, and there's a real art to that. And there's a lot of guys that, my old linebacker coach used to call it, you don't be a postage stamp. You don't just stick to these guys. And I knew there was lots of players that, like, they could just beat up a guard, but, like, the point is to get off of the block. And, it's some guys can do it and some guys can. And you look at O'Connell, and I'd say the same thing about Drake as well, that Drake Thomas also gets off of blocks. He's quick. So I felt pretty good about that. I feel much better than I did going in, just because I didn't know what either one of those guys were going to be about. But, the other thing is you got Ernest Jones next to you, and and I'm sure he will be taking Patrick O'Connell's blitzes from him because he's a new guy. And if he's called on to blitz, he's going to like, I'm going instead of you. We found out he wasn't able to get that done with Tyrese Knight, not this year anyway. But yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be okay at inside backer.
Yeah. I mean, certainly hope so. And the very question you were asking, he was asked how he feels, talking about he being Mike McDonald, how he feels about that linebacker depth right now.
Well, yeah, the guys. I mean, I think Patio's had a great camp. Drake's strung together a lot of great performances. Josh, he's right in the mix. He'll be back from his hand sooner or later. A lot of great competition there. But, with T-Knight, taking some time out here, there's a great opportunity for guys to assert themselves.
Yeah, so when you look at the roster, there are names there, outside of the guys you just mentioned. Now, is there anybody there that steps up that we weren't talking about, paying attention to, that given the opportunity, all of a sudden looks like, whoa, where did this guy come from? He's getting his chance and he's going to make the most of it? Or is it a matter of, yeah, those are nice, they're camp bodies, maybe special teamers, but if the worst comes to worst, they may have to go out and find somebody?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's too early to say whether or not Patrick O'Connell or Drake Thomas are going to make it, and be good, sustained players for a long period of time. So right now, I think it's in that mode that, like, okay, let's see what he can do. They have another guy, Connor O'Toole. He mentioned Josh Ross. Haven't seen a whole bunch from him. At one point, I know Jamie Sheriff was playing inside and outside. I think he's more an outside backer now, but. Yeah, if you look at what they have right now, I feel good about them starting the year. If they have to go with Patrick O'Connell, I would rather have Tyrese Knight. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know that they have to go. And I know the question is, do you think they should go get some veteran off the street or whatever? I don't know that they're at that point. I think they like the guys that they have. And, and I think that they're going to say that more often than not, because I was asking that same question about the tight end after Noah Fant got let go. Mm-hmm. And, I was like, they got a lot of multi-tight end sets, and, I wonder if they're going to go find somebody. And they're like, no, we like the guys that we have. Same thing with offensive line. We heard that same thing. They think they have the guys here that can do it. So I think in situations like that where you're talking about depth, they feel pretty good about it.
I would think they'd have to make a choice after this game, because if you're going to bring somebody in, wouldn't you want to get at least one preseason game with them just to get them accustomed and used to the system, ready for game one of the regular season? Yeah, it seems like if you went through the preseason and hopefully this isn't the case, but Tyrese Knight is going to be out for a while. It sounds like he's not going to play in the preseason, but maybe it's going to go into the regular season. That if in fact that's the case. Hey, we got to pull the trigger on somebody who's available out there right now. Then they're playing catch up at the beginning of the season versus, hey, we get them in here before the final preseason game. We get some practice time out there. Maybe they get a couple series in that final preseason game. Feel better about who they are, at least temporarily, until Tyrese Knight is back.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Last year at this time, like if you would have plugged them in with Dodson or Baker, it would have been a huge concern. But I think the fact that you're plugging him in next to Ernest Jones, that guy could pretty much tell you what to do on every single play. Yeah. Obviously you want experience, but I feel good about Ernest Jones. I mean, he really understands that defense. And really, for him, it was the same way. I mean, they plugged him right in, and, it took him a couple games to get it down. And so, yeah, I mean, if you get somebody in there like Patrick O'Connell right now and, starts to get into a flow, and I'm not sure what Ernest Jones' availability is, but yeah, you kind of want those guys. But there's lots of stuff that you can do in the meeting room and on film and sit and watch film together. I remember sitting with Darren Como. He was my sort of co-host, if you will, at Inside Linebacker. And, we would just sit there and watch film and go, okay, what are you doing here? I'm doing this. What are you doing? You go through that. And so, those kinds of reps are always good. But, yeah, you'd love to have some experience there. But O'Connell is good. Drake Thomas is good. But we'll see what happens when, they get out of preseason and out of practice.
Yeah, I'm just looking at their depth chart right now outside of Drake Thomas and Patrick O'Connell, Derek Jackson, Josh Ross, Michael Dowell.
Yeah, Josh Ross is the guy he was talking about, I think. Mike uses first names and nicknames, apparently.
Derek, I assume that's how you say his name. I've never seen it spelled this way. Capital D apostrophe capital E-R-Y-K.
I think it's De'Eric.
Is it De'Eric or is it Derek?
I just had the pronunciation guide and was looking at that one, and now I can't remember. But
Derek or De'Eric Jackson listed
rookie out of Kentucky.
Yeah, so these are the names that are listed on the as far as depth there, and then the ones we know, obviously, in Ernest Jones, Tyrese Knight, Patrick O'Connell, Drake Thomas. So, yeah, I don't know, and they've got Josh Ross listed as questionable. So I don't know. It feels like, again, you look at the depth chart, certainly there are names. There are guys occupying that position. So you have names in the way of depth, but do you have somebody who's not going to be a liability? Like, and I get what you're saying about Ernest Jones, saying, we saw the impact he had last year, especially on a young guy in Tyrese Knight. Does he have that magic touch with everybody? If he has to do it with Josh Ross or De'Eric Jackson or Derek Jackson or whatever how you say his first name, but is he going to have that same touch, or was that more about, hey, Tyrese Knight is a really talented, natural linebacker. He just needed that veteran voice, and maybe these guys don't have that same skill level.
Yeah. I mean, Tyrese Knight has an amazing ability to sift through blockers and find the football. I mean, he just makes tackles, and that was something that Mike has said about him from the very beginning. But I'm seeing a lot of those same traits in both those guys that we're talking about, O'Connell and Thomas. So, and I feel like you got there's two guys, and one of them's going to win it, the better one. And I think right now that's definitely Patty O. But, I mean, you just never know until they get out there and they, face the live bullets.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. I mean, obviously there's still time. You got 2 more preseason games to go, and guys are out there looking for jobs, so there's opportunity. We'll see if that opportunity exists for somebody who's already on the roster, or if they have to go outside of that. Meanwhile, our coverage of Seahawks training camp is brought to you by The Landing in Renton. Coming up, the Mariners offense has gotten key contributions from everyone in the lineup. We'll talk about the importance of that. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs, and it's only on Seattle Sports.
The pitch swung on. That's roped. Left field line towards the pole. Back-to-back jacks. Cal Raleigh, Julio.
Up next, a long 9-game East Coast road trip tomorrow afternoon. It's the first of 3 against the Orioles in Baltimore.
First pitch at 3:35. Pregame at 2:30.
On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's refractive lens exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top: you never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu that has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington and designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement. In August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you, I think. I don't know.
This sucks.
It's a little
What's
wonky
going on?
today. I just hit refresh and it popped up again, but there's like I don't know. This thing's been a little funky, but give it a shot. 866-979-3776.
I don't know. Maybe we should just enjoy a day off from our idiot texters.
It is kind of an interesting break.
I'm just kidding.
Send it a text.
Kidding.
Let's see if it gets through. I
love you.
I don't know what's going on here. But anyway, beyond that, we've talked about the Mariners and just tremendous. Just a homestand. You should come out of that thing feeling confident and excited and what's in front of this team. And we've talked about how they got to where they are, where there have been nights in that 9 out of 10 game win streak, or 7 in a row, actually, but they win 9 of 10, that other guys have stepped up. It's not always been Cal. It's not always been Julio or Randy or any of the bigger names in this lineup. It's been Polanco. It's been Canzone, who's been very good since he got called back up. It's been Crawford. It's been Young. I brought up Cole Young, a game he didn't have a hit. Had 4 walks in that game.
Yeah.
He was 4 for 4 in walks, if you will. It was just showing, for 22 years old, he's really impressed me. Just the eye he's got up there, the patience. And, you know, I know we got a lineup right now where Rosarena is your leadoff hitter. That's probably not what you want traditionally. Now, whether that becomes Robles or Young is a guy that I think, and this is projecting forward pretty far, but he just, there's something about his ability to get on base that says he could be your leadoff hitter.
What was he the one that smashed at first it was 470,
yeah,
and then it
476, and it was
settled at 450 or something like that.
So yeah, just a wall scraper.
Yeah, I mean it's amazing, and I was just going through and looking. I mean, most predominantly in the 6th spot, it's been Polo. This is over the last 10 this last home stand here. Canzone has most predominantly been in the 7 spot, and JP at 8, and then Cole Young, as you mentioned, at 9. And these guys they're killing it, man. I mean, especially Cole Young. And I just went back and looked at during this home stand in 9 games, 29 plate appearances for him. 350 average, on base percentage 536, slug 800, and he's got a stolen base, a home run, a triple, 4 RBIs, and 8 walks.
Yeah, don't gloss over that on base. Say that one again.
Yeah, it's 536. So yeah, just over the last. That's just over the last 9 games, and most of these guys, this is over the last 10 games. I'm sorry, but most of them played in 9 games of these last 10.
Right.
But Cole Young by far the most impressive. But if you put all of them together, what they've done over this period of time, these last 10. With Polo and Dominic, he's got a home run, 2 RBIs, 4 walks for him, 6 walks for Polo in those 9 games, and then altogether, 270 batting average, 5 home runs, 13 RBIs, and 20 walks, plus 5 stolen bases for your 6 through 9.
Yeah.
So I mean,
it's been huge.
It's been amazing, and I had so much fun looking this up yesterday. But it was just like, wow. I can't believe what's going on with the bottom. I mean, how many 6 through 9, if you go and look at any team in the American League right now, I'd put these guys up against anyone, and especially Cole Young. And the fact that he hit that 450 whatever foot home run just kind of shows you that, like, he has power. Mm-hmm. Definitely. But I mean, he's also got a very high level of discretion at the plate. So
again, for a 22-year-old.
Yeah. It's amazing. But, yeah, and then, Dom's doing his thing. I mean, what is his average now? At one point, he was up to like 287. But in those 9 games, he was 233, 324 on base. But, yeah, and Polo's has helped out as well. The other thing, one thing that stood out to me, Jorge Polanco, the 2 stolen bases over the last 10 games,
mm-hmm.
We were like, don't run, Polo. I mean, remember with his knee and everything. So, and he's been pretty active on the base paths. So, yeah, I mean, you're not just getting it, and that's where we were talking about earlier. Like this the hottest team maybe in all of Major League Baseball. Technically, the Brewers are, but you look at what they have going on right now. I mean, they're getting it done in every category, whether it's bullpen, starting pitching, your top 5 or 6 hitters, and then at the bottom of the order, it's just they've got a great team assembled right now in the way that they're playing. It's a
and they're
beautiful thing, man.
playing with confidence. They're playing with expectation of winning. It's when you go into that clubhouse, it's just a different vibe. It really is, and I put a lot of that on the influx of not influx. You brought in 3 new faces at the trade deadline, but I think that it carries a lot of weight. And we talked about Gino, even though he's not red hot out of the gates, he's had some moments, and he's certainly helped contribute to a couple of wins. But just his presence, I think, just the move to reacquire a guy that they loved.
Yeah,
it was a big deal to that clubhouse. You really saw it have an impact, his presence. And Naylor's just been I couldn't be happier with what he's provided and who he is as a player. And again, I hope they find the ability to bring him back. I'm certain he'll want to test free agency. He's 28 years old and see what the market's going to pay him. But man,
he came first, right?
Yeah,
before, yeah. And you see, it's almost like every day. And also, like you saw the same interview that I did. That dude's pretty intimidating. Like
he's intense.
You ask him a question, you better come with it.
Yeah, and he's not a smiley, light guy. He's very thoughtful. He's not mean. He's just very.
Yeah.
You can see he's given thought to the question. He's trying to answer, and he's you see him kind of reflecting, like, well, during the at bat, I saw his body doing this on this pitch, and then when he threw this pitch, he had this kind of mechanic situation going. You see him, the wheels turning.
Yeah,
and he's not, to this point at least when I've seen him, he's not a real light guy. He's not real like joke around and but I like that. I like that he's just talked about how much winning means to him, and now he's just, the game is always first and foremost, and here's my responsibility. What if the ball gets hit to my right? Well, I'm going to do this. If it gets hit over here, I'm going to do this. And he's constantly in the game. He's not, we talk about players who focus can be a problem. We talk about it in the NFL, whether it's Rick Woolen or somebody, they kind of, I don't know if they zone out or maybe the focus isn't as constant as it should be. He's the polar opposite of that, or he's just intensely focused at all times.
I love it, man. I mean, and he's kind of like an onion, You just, the more you peel back, the more you get to know. Is that what they say?
I thought you were going to say he made you cry, but
yeah,
whatever.
I don't know about the onion thing.
By the way,
anyway,
Dom Canzone is hitting 280. 280 with a 333 on base, and came up with a huge moment to complete the sweep of the White Sox on Thursday.
Here's the stretch, and the next offer on the way. Swinging a ground ball into right field for a base hit. Here comes Suarez rounding third. The throw to the plate by Taylor, the slide, the tag, safe at home. Suarez, a walk-off base hit for Dom Canzone. The Mariners win it 4-3, a walk-off single for Canzone. He's being mobbed out there at first base for the Mariners, their second walk-off win on this homestand. J.P. Crawford, a walk-off 2-run home run on Friday against Texas. And the Mariners win it in 11 this afternoon.
Huge.
I love the laugh there from Rick Riz. But, yeah, we talked to Dom after he did that, maybe an hour later or whatever. But he's just very calm about it.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I just like his personality. Like you said, 280, 7 home runs, 18 RBIs. I mean, and he's mostly been in that, what is it, 7? Yeah, the 7. As far as in the lineup, and been doing a great job.
Yeah, he's been great, and it's going to be an interesting situation when Robles comes back because they play the same spot, and we've talked about it. I don't want to take his bat out of the lineup. I don't know if he's the guy that, does he function the same way as a DH, or we've talked to players who, man, I got to be in the field. I just don't feel the same when I'm just sitting on the bench, until my turn comes up, and then I'm sitting on the bench and I'm waiting for my next turn versus being out in the field and they're engaged in the game. Some people can make that transition very easily. Some can't. I don't know how they work that with him when Robles is ready to come back. Same is true with Luke Raley. I mean, he plays the same spot. He can certainly give Naylor a night off if he needs it at first base, but he's a better outfielder than he is a first baseman.
I'd be more adamant about Robles being in the lineup as your leadoff.
Yeah, I would too. I want that energy back there. I want that agitation that he brings. We'll see what this guy thinks. We'll check in with Ryan Rowland-Smith about everything we're talking about, the Ichiro ceremony, everything he witnessed in this homestand. That's coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package, or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
This is a test of your emergency alert system.
Our bats are back, and the ballpark is rocking like 2001. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Rynair is a simple, non-invasive procedure that significantly reduces your postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're proud this year the Stern Sinus Center was just named a nationwide center of excellence. We offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners with a well-deserved day off today as they head to the East Coast, take on the Baltimore Orioles starting tomorrow. Game 1 of a 9-game road trip that begins in Baltimore. Looking forward to that matchup. Meanwhile, games to keep an eye on today, most specifically the matchup between the Astros and the Red Sox. Garrett Crochet going for Boston. Christian Javier going for Houston, making his debut. We're all pulling. Somebody texted in, who do we root for? You're rooting for Boston. You want the Astros to go down in a big fiery mess. That one coming up at 5:10 p.m. today, so we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, other news going on. Paramount will become the home to UFC events in the U.S. under a 7-year deal with TKO Group. The deal has an average annual value, $1.1 billion. The company said under the deal, Paramount will exclusively distribute the UFC's full slate of 13 marquee numbered events, 30 fight nights on its streaming platform, Paramount Plus, with select numbered events also set simulcast on CBS starting in 2026.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
I actually talked about it on You Betcha on the podcast.
He is an unrivaled source of baseball knowledge.
Anyway, what were we talking about?
A guy who always has your back.
Pants back on, try and make the uniform look sweet in a split second. Come out, and I'm trying to open the door. I'm like, what the? And I said, listen, buddy, put your babysitting shoes on because Dad's going out for Father's Day. You got to watch Top Gun. You guys don't listen when I speak. I'm talking to a brick wall right now.
Ryan Rowland-Smith, every week with Wyman and Bob.
That's the open right there.
Here he is, everybody. We look forward to this conversation every single week. Our weekly conversation with Ryan Rowland-Smith is presented by Mazda of Everett. And if you're watching on the video stream, you see that handsome devil sitting there in between these two goofballs. How are you, man?
Doing great. I'm in Baltimore. I've joined the trip on the road. I'm working this series. I've got an off day. Got the family in town. Just been at the pool all day hanging out. So it's been a good day. It's been nice.
It's good to be Ryan Rowland-Smith.
Man, it is. I'll tell you what, with the family there.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yes,
you got
Baltimore.
You just, in the beginning, I always look at you and you're laughing, and I'm like, he's got something to say. He's got like a joke. A joke to spring on somebody.
I'm always in a good mood. I'm telling you, Monday at 3 o'clock is my time, man. I love it. It's the best.
And I was asking that question to start the show, Ryan, that if you're a Mariner fan, you call yourself a Mariner fan, how are you not coming out of that homestand, 9 wins out of 10 games? I mean, they are just rolling right now.
Yeah.
How do even the most pessimistic Mariner fan, how do you not come out of this excited, anticipating the next game, optimistic? I mean, I so excited with what we saw over this stretch in the weekend, and we'll get into the whole Ichiro celebration and everything. But, I mean, I don't know what you would point to and say, well, yeah, but this didn't happen, or that guy didn't do this, or this didn't happen. This team is arguably the best team in the American League right now. Is that hyperbole?
Sure. Yeah. No, you're right. And even if you want to nitpick at something like the game yesterday, like Brian Wu, who was getting hit hard, you felt like maybe he was getting figured out a little bit in those early innings. His body language was a little bit, he was getting smaller on the mound. Usually he's got all that big presence. All of a sudden, I'll get to the offense in a second, but just from a pitching standpoint, watching him thinking, is this going to be that day where he doesn't go 6? He just has that stubbornness about him and that presence to say, all right, you can get me here early and some hard contact, but I'm gonna figure you out. He was ending every inning with a punch out, getting through 6 like it was nothing. Even that too, like even the fact that you have a situation when you get some early offense and you feel like the offense is gonna all of a sudden just go flat. Like we've seen early in this year, there's been agonizing times where it's like you feel like you got something going, or you got a couple runs early and then just nothing. Somehow the starting pitcher just falls into a groove. And then Josh Naylor comes up, who was supposed to be out with a shoulder injury a couple of days ago, and he's just fine. And he just goes, whack, just crushes a home run. And you're just like, man, the offense is just nowhere to hide against this offense, man. You look 1 through 9. I can't remember another Mariners, offense, and going back to when I played or even prior to that 1 through 9 is again, looking through a pitcher's lens coming into town to face 1 through 9 with this team. It would not be fun. It is not fun, period. And you can tell even Adrian Howes, you get to game 3, he's been sitting on the top step of that dugout for 2 games, watching his buddies pitch against the Mariners. And all of a sudden, what does he do? He tries to nibble just a little bit. He slips into bad counts, and then he somehow got through 5. I don't know how he did against that lineup.
Yeah, would he throw 45 pitches in that first inning?
Yeah, it was just, man, you better make pitches, put it that way. You better be on your A game against this offense, because I haven't seen it, and I just think there's just a different tone and a different energy since August 1st, man. There just is. This flat out is. It's a fun time to be a Mariners fan.
Who's been the most impressive when you look at the 6 through 9? We just talked about Cole Young, probably. I mean, looking at him in the 9 spot, I mean, his slash line over the last 9 games is 350, 536, 600, 1136 OPS. I mean, he has just been incredibly impressive.
Yeah. I'll give Cole, some love there. I'll give Canzone some love. But, dude, look, J.P. Crawford, he loses the leadoff spot. He's coming off a road trip where he got 2 little singles in that road trip, and he was really scuffling. They put him down in the 7 hole, not because simply because Dan Wilson had to figure out where to put all these pieces, right? Randy Rosarand takes that leadoff spot because he's got some speed there. He's got some better on base happening, some longer at-bats. So JP goes down to that seventh hole, and he's a team leader, and he's a guy that has a lot of influence over younger players, Cole Young being one of them. You go into that locker room that day one after the trades happen, and you can go in there and you can look at this guy, I'm hitting 7th now all of a sudden. I'm having he's having a really good offensive year overall, really good. And so you come in the locker room on August 1st, he's hitting 7th, and you can just see, I'm watching him because I was paying attention, okay, how's he going to respond to this? Coming off a rough couple weeks, even in the field too, we saw some mishaps in the field. And I'm watching this. I'm like, how's he going to respond hitting in the 7th hole? And he's just gone off. He's absolutely gone off. He's just got that energy about him. So if you're talking 6 through 9 and you're talking about flipping that lineup over, and you're a Cole Young or a Canzone, and you're sitting there in the on deck or coming out in the hole, and you're watching J.P. Crawford had those at bats. I'm not talking about that 17 pitch at bat. I'm talking overall. It changes what you do at the plate. And so I'm going to give it to JP, man. Just getting in there and just embracing the fact he's hitting 7th, being absolute menace in the box. So I'm going to give it to him for sure.
How agitated would you be as a pitcher in an AB like that? 17 pitches, and this guy is just fouling off pitch after pitch. I mean, I can't imagine the level of frustration you're feeling like, all right, I'm going to get him with this one. I'm throwing the hook. I'm throwing this, that, or the other, and he's making contact. Yeah, eventually the pitcher won. He had that little flare. Looked like it was going to drop, but the shortstop made a nice grab on it. But 17 pitch, I mean, just mentally, that's got to be frustrating or exhausting. How would you handle that?
It's brutal because I mentioned the bottom of the lineup. You get to a place where you've gotten through that gauntlet, 1 through 6. And then you get to the bottom of the lineup. You want to be more efficient. And I say this all the time, and Dan Wilson actually mentioned it. Once you get to an at-bat where you've thrown 7 or 8 pitches, they've already won. Like, even if it's an out. He goes 17 pitches. And by the way, he went 0-2 on that at-bat, right?
Yeah.
And he did it he went breaking ball changeup. When you can get a guy 0-2 with a breaking ball changeup, you have all kinds of options to go to. And that was the frustrating part about it. From a pitcher's point of view, not for us, obviously it was great. But, man, it is exhausting. It gets to a point, any pitcher who doesn't admit this, it gets to a point where you are just literally seconds before you throw the pitch, I'm going to throw something in the zone, just put into play. I don't care. Whatever. Because you're done, man. You're done. It's like, no, just put this ball in play, please. I don't
Just
care if you're a
next
rocket.
hitter, please.
Exactly. And Charlie, it's happened to me plenty of times. Because one thing I had, which I sucked at times, was putting hitters away. I'd get 2 strikes with these. And that's why I watch some of these young dudes who come up, Emerson Hancock and Logan Evans. when they struggle to put guys away with 2 strikes, what weapon did they have with 2 strikes? I can feel their pain because that was me. And so I don't think that bat the guys just foul and pitch off. And I just like throw my hands in there like, dude, just put in play, man. Like, keep looking over your left shoulder, watching that pitch count just get destroyed, and you're just getting gassed and whatever. And then it sucks, man. There's nothing worse. But I'm telling you, any at-bat, any of your listeners are watching, that you can get a 7 or 8 pitch at-bat, they've already won, regardless of the outcome.
I think everybody is equally fascinated by Josh Naylor. Just because, you look at yesterday, he does, I don't know if it was the official splits like cheerleaders do, I was going to call my wife in there and say, is this the splits? But then, you just look at 11 stolen bags. I mean, he hasn't been here that long. And so, and just his seriousness and the way he approaches the game. And I mean, I just think this guy is fascinating to watch. And, maybe if there's one guy that you could look at that, maybe helped turn this around, it seems like it would be him.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? You got Gino and Josh Naylor coming in from the trade deadline from the same team. Gino has that. I was watching, again, I got a chance to travel with these guys. You just see him interact like away from the field too. And it's just it's the best, man. When you got guys like that on your team, for me, it was Mike Sweeney, man. Like Mike just joined my show and we had some great chats. It just took me back to having that, presence in the locker room. Well, that's Gino for this team. He feels like he never left. Now, Josh Naylor on the other end of that is more of that, I think someone said the big grumper or something online. I loved it. It was hilarious. But it's one of these ones, man, like where he has that tone about him where, like from it's kind of hard to explain this, but like a tone of saying like, you can't mess with this team you're playing with. I know it sounds ridiculous. I don't know how to really articulate that, but there was teams, I remember like, for example, like the White Sox going back to like, there was like some of those dudes, like you had like that, Mark Burley was on that team. I'd throw Kaczynski out there. I'll throw Bobby Jenks was in there. These guys, it's just like, man, this is not a team you'd want to get into like a fist fight with, if that makes sense, right? Because it's just like it would be very difficult. Josh Naylor gives you that kind of presence. I know, look, and Dave, you play football. It's different for the kind of sport you're coming from, but baseball needs some of that. When you have that on your team, he has that kind of presence about him. And I just love it, man. He comes up and it's just comes up to hit or he's on the bases, and he's just going to make a fool out of you. That's kind of what it looks like. He said yesterday, too, that at bat where he hit the home run, he just flat out said, he goes, I could read the pitch from a mile away. He said he was slowing down on his changeup. I was hunting that fastball. As soon as I saw those mechanics speed up, I'm hunting fastball. I love hearing that. Yeah. If you're a young player in that environment, man, soak that up if you can. If you're a Cole Young or a Dom Can zone, I know you do your stuff with your hitting coaches and your swing and everything else, but get around that and just don't have to wear him out. He's probably not going to be like, oh, hey, come here, young man, I'll take you under my wing. But it's something that, like, for me, having those guys who have that kind of presence, you can learn so much from. So he does a lot, man, I think, for this team in that regard. And by the way, when you're talking getting into October and it's full on and it's loud and it's everything else, just like when Luis Castillo walked into the Rogers Center a couple of years ago and just put everyone to sleep, that's kind of what Josh Naylor can do for you too offensively.
What do you think is the key to his base running here? Because you brought up the numbers. He had 11 stolen bases in 93 games with Arizona. Mm-hmm. He's got 11 stolen bases in 15 games with the Mariners. Right. So he's decidedly more aggressive. Do you think that's him, or do you think the team pulled him to the side and said, look, we see what you do. You know what you're doing. You've got the green light. Go when you want to go. I mean, it's a dramatic difference in aggressiveness, obviously.
Yeah, he was doing a little bit of that back in Arizona where he was getting more of the green light. If you're in the lowest 3 percentile in speed in the league, you're not going to get green lights. But if you can early on the year establish that, tell the coaching staff, tell your manager, hey, look, I want to be a little bit more aggressive on the bases when the time's right. And then all of a sudden you get 1 or 2 and you show that you can read a pitcher. If he's going to throw over, how quick he is to the plate. If you show you can be comfortable getting that extra 1.5 steps off, just so you can slide in, get the right hand underneath the tag if they pick. It just snowballs from there, I think. And this goes for fast guys as well. You combine that with walking into Seattle where he had kind of established that. I guarantee there would have been conversations as soon as you got here, hey, by the way, I've been a little bit more aggressive on bases, which is such a team attitude, man. I love it. because he's not going to get paid for stolen bases. Let's get real. He's just not.
Yeah.
So it's not a selfish thing. That's flat out tells me this is I want to play in the playoffs. I want to win. Therefore, I'm going to be more aggressive, put my butt on the line here. I love it. So he would have established that as soon as he got in. By the way, I've been more aggressive. You can see the numbers, and I'm doing this, that, and the other. He probably really got with EY Jr. and said, hey, look, man, I know I'm not quick. What do we got? And it's just that conversation. And he says that element of trust. And Eric Young Jr., the first base coach, even with some of the younger players and the guys with speed, you can take that information. And I've talked to base runners about this. He can say, hey, pick up this or pick up that. Pick up that back hip. When he comes up, you see the shoulders drop, or his head will tilt, or whatever it may be. That's all great. And I used to get that too. I used to get, Lee Tinsley was our first base coach. He's like, hey, man, look, I'm picking up when you're doing this, this, and this. He would give the base runners a bunch of stuff. But it's one thing you have to trust it too, man. When you're getting off that base, you're getting that giant lead, you have to be able to subconsciously trust that whatever he's telling me, I'm good. And I'm happy to get that extra step. I'm happy to get that jump as soon as I see that little move from what I'm reading from the pitcher. Because it's no fun getting picked off. It's humiliating. It's a bad, bad look. So there's, everyone, like, you're in front of 40,000 people getting picked at first. You never want to do that. So it's a bit of a snowball effect. I think he's established that. And I think he's now just got so much confidence to say, it's cut and dry. I can see it. Boom, I'm taking off. Because, again, man, look, it just goes to show if you can somehow figure this out from a base runner's perspective, he's one of the fastest guys in the league. That means that if I'm a Cole Young who got his first base in this homestand, if I'm a Cole Young, I'm going to be like, okay, I should be better off taking bases because it makes such a dramatic difference. I've said that to you guys all year long. Steal bases, man. It puts the pitcher in such a tough spot.
Yeah, I don't remember you saying anything like that. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I thought it was 4 Mondays ago. Let's go probably just scrubbed it from existence. I'll pull up the clip.
Ryan, it's like you're talking to a brick wall right now.
It really is.
Yeah,
that's what
right,
the problem is. Hey, the Mariners end up going 10-3 against Texas. Do you believe in matchups? Because, I mean, they have some great offensive pieces with Garcia and Seager, and then their pitching. I think they're still number one in ERA. And, I mean, do you think that is a thing?
Yeah, I think, first of all, I think the Texas Rangers scare me, even though they've dipped all of a sudden since they left our place. What are they, 5 games back now or something? Crazy. Mm-hmm. But on paper, they kind of scare me more than the Houston Astros do. They really do. I think the Houston Astros have a little bit of that mental edge because they've got a batch of players who have been there before and they've been in this situation before where they've got some competition around them. But I feel like, I just feel like, offensively, the Texas Rangers don't do anything in Seattle, period. Like you mentioned Seager. Seager has not done anything at T-Mobile Park, which is strange. So maybe there's a bit of matchup there. Maybe it's a situation, too, where mentally, talk about having that mental edge, where some of the head-to-head matchup, where the Rangers face the Mariners pitching so much, and they struggle against them. And so all of a sudden, you have a little bit of an edge that way. But when you look at these, when I'm talking about the Houston Astros and the Texas Rangers side by side, man, I mean, I'm sorry, but the Texas Rangers have way more of a threat come, these next 6 weeks. Yeah. I'll be honest with you, than the Houston Astros. And that's good for the Mariners because I think the Mariners are better than both of them. But I still think, man, the Texas Rangers, with some of that pitching, because they're all healthy. DeGrom looks like he's not slowing down. Eovaldi, same thing. And Patrick Corbin's having to bounce back. The Houston Astros are trying to piece together I don't even know who started for them the last couple of days. I'm like, who are these guys? Which is not a good thing to have. So I still feel like, when I'm looking at these three teams, Texas, to me, I think on paper look much better than what the Houston Astros do.
Hey, Ryan, I want to get your thoughts on the celebration over the weekend of Ichiro Suzuki. The Mariners, look, I don't know what every other team does to honor their past players, but it's hard to imagine a team doing better than what the Mariners do. They're very consistent. They just crush those things. They really do. And I thought they did it again. And I saw you up there, was chatting with you and your buddy. He's bringing in all kinds of people from Australia. They're infiltrating T-Mobile Park. Met your buddy there. But what a great day that was. I mean, what a tremendous day. And again, Ichiro killed it with his speech and just having that building rocking the way that it was and all of the greats they had on the video board sending messages to him. Just your thoughts on that as a former teammate and watching how that went down.
Yeah, it's special to me, having a chance to, because I watched greatness when he was at his peak from 2007 to 2010. At the end of that first 10, the craziest first 10 years that you've ever seen, right? 10 Gold Gloves, 10 All-Star games, MVP in his rookie year, insane first 10 years of his career, obviously, and he had the rest of it as well. But yeah, it was special. The one thing that really stood out to me, which gave me goosebumps and made me very emotional, was just the what do you call it? I mean, I wouldn't call it a shout out, but just the acknowledgement of Randy Johnson too, right? Like, here's a guy who, and he's been vocal about it, where he was a little bit more reluctant coming back into the fold with the Seattle Mariners. You see Jay Buhner's back a ton. I love seeing Jay all over the place. Ken Griffey, again, having Ken. I got a chance when Ken had played his last game as a teammate of mine, and then seeing him, I'm like, where's Griffey at? When I first came back, when I was going on the broadcasting side, and then boom, lo and behold, here he is. To have these type of players, man, they're iconic players in Seattle. Jay Buhner, Ichiro Suzuki, obviously, Edgar's around the team. Dan Wilson's managing the team now, so awesome. Randy Johnson, man, like when I think of Randy Johnson, I don't think about the D-backs. I think about the Seattle Mariners. That's how I remember him as a kid. And to see the involvement with him, that first pitch, Randy comes out and sort of handing off the iconic number 51 to him for 2026. Whether that was a Mariners thing, whether that was Ichiro, whether that was Randy, coming back and
coming out in catcher's gear.
Yeah, that was awesome.
The catcher's gear. I mean, it's just that. But to me, that was the most epic part, man. I think Ichiro just, so eloquently just talked about number 51. It was really hard for him to have number 51 coming over. That was the number that was given to him. He was a under-the-radar type player when he first got into professional baseball in Japan. They gave him number 51 because numbers mean a lot in Japan. They mean huge. Like number 18, for example, that's the ace of your staff, right? That's kind of, there's all these numbers. Number 2, your catcher wears number 2. And that's a huge honor. Well, he got 51. And then so he comes to Seattle, and that's a big part of his identity. And he was freaking out. He was like, how do I get this number 51? This legend already has it here in Seattle. And then the way Randy was willing to give it up. I just love all that time, man. It's so cool. So I think that was really special. And I just love how, he acknowledged the current team right now because they're around him every day. He's out there in right field. Yep. So they get a chance to see him. And that was the other cool thing, too, real quick. I know I've got to go because you got special ads and all this crap to read, whatever reads you got coming up, which is more important.
He was waiting to unload. There it is.
Pay the bills.
Yeah, I've got Dave Wyman trying to peddle something. Who knows what he's trying to sell? No, but
says the man who's in every commercial. By the way,
I know I'm going to get booted off here, but I love the fact that think about this: the team sees him every day playing catch in uniform, hitting balls or whatever he's doing, and then they come out in the top. They know he's a legend, but they come out and just see how loud that was and the 45,000 plus. What he meant to this city, this fan base. They're like, whoa, hold on a minute. Yeah, that's the dude we watch play catch for no reason in right field every day. And look at what he meant to these fans, man, and to everyone else. So it was super cool. I could talk about it all day. But it's very, very cool.
Yeah, it was just a tremendous weekend. It was good seeing you there and your buddies that you're bringing over from Australia that are following you here.
Real quick.
I got to meet these guys.
No, I haven't known this guy. I only met this guy randomly. He was a huge Mariner fan. He connected with me online. He's from Seattle. He's from Australia. And then all of a sudden he hooked me up because we had to do a camp during COVID. We couldn't get anywhere. And the only place that we were able to do a camp was in Lismore, this little country town. Yeah. And he hit me up. He said, hey, do you want to run your baseball camp in front of 10 kids? There, I was like, yeah, let's do it. And so I owed him one. So he flew all the way over for that weekend. So I was like, I've got to bring him in. To meet Rick Riz and Bob Stelton and everyone else. He was fired up.
Well, the beauty was, I tried to tee him up to compliment you. I said, well, you're from Australia. Why are you a Mariner fan? And I was teeing him up to say, well, this guy, Ryan Rowland-Smith, is a legend out there. And he goes, I grew up playing MLB The Show and Ken Griffey Jr. And I was like, man, I was laying the softball out there for you to give this guy some props, but he missed it. He missed it. But no,
he was very Australian. He was a bogan. He was a bogan.
He's a bogan. Oh, you got to coach him up, man. Coach him up.
I do.
Ryan Rowland-Smith. Yeah, that's the reason.
Yeah, he was a good dude. It was good to meet him and good to see you over the weekend, man. What a great weekend as a Mariner fan, as an Ichiro fan, former Ichiro teammate. So, well done by you. Have fun out there, man. Enjoy the pool. Enjoy your day off. Get rested because we're going to need your A game for this road trip here, man. This is big stuff. We're marching toward a playoff berth here, and there's a lot of belief in this team. So, buckle up, man.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Talk to you guys soon.
Thanks, Ryan.
Appreciate you. There he is, Ryan Rowland-Smith, with us each and every week. If you missed any part of that, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, 2 position battles are heating up for the Seahawks. We're going to get into that coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
With preseason game 1 in the books.
Here's Milroe rolling out to the right side and throws a dart.
The work continues going into the final week of training camp. Whose stock is on the rise?
Jalen played well.
Who's on the bubble?
You know, Oots can run for a 270-pounder.
Nobody has the Seahawks covered like Seattle Sports.
You felt the line of scrimmage. You felt the physicality.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
On 710, the Seattle Sports app and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Oh, it is the time of the season for pests. That's right. No one likes them. No one knows where they come from, but we can all agree no one wants them in their house. Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros, and they have a full-service pest control division now called Pest Pros. They can come to your house and do a full corner-to-corner inspection, take care of any problems, just like they did at my home. This is the time of the year you'll start seeing more ants in and around your home. You may also begin hearing a little buzzing outdoors. Bees, wasps, hornets. If they make a nest on your property, that is a huge nuisance. So please don't try to take care of those nests on your own. Simply call Pest Pros to have any nest removed and destroyed professionally before the problem grows or you and your guest ends up getting stung. Pest Pros is the full-service pest control division of Crawl Pros with eco-friendly treatments to keep ants, stinging insects, and all sorts of critters from making their way into your home. If you're worried about rodents, ants, or other bugs or an issue in and around your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com to schedule a free inspection at gopestpros.com.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package, or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details, you can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
Dave Wyman joined by a very special guest, Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer and accepting new patients. Dr. Landis, what could patients expect during CyberKnife treatment?
So the CyberKnife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out. You essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Where are your patients from?
We see patients from all over, patients from out of state, Alaska, Idaho, from all over the world, honestly, since it's such a short treatment.
How can someone get a hold of you?
Yeah, I would encourage patients to reach out to us directly. We'd be happy to schedule a consultation.
Thank you, Dr. Landis and the team at Swedish CyberKnife for the wonderful work they do. And remember, you don't need a physician's referral. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, I think the text line isn't there for you. Seems to be a bit wonky again. I don't know what's going on with the text line today, but we'll see if we can rectify that. Our thanks to Ryan Rowland-Smith, who joined us in the previous segment. If you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, it will be on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that. You'll be able to find it waiting for you right there. Meanwhile, we've talked about the O-line and the fact that there's really two spots that are up for grabs. It feels like if everybody's healthy, Cross and Lucas are your tackles, and your rookie, your first-round pick, Gray Zabel, is going to be your left guard. So it seems like the battle is for center and for right guard, right? That's fair?
That's absolutely. I mean, it's a fact.
Yeah.
That's where it's going on. I don't know if you saw Baldy's breakdown of Gray Zabel, but really loved him. And you know, it's funny. I saw him get in a couple weird situations, but then if you look at some of the clips, I mean, I think it was maybe a welcome to the NFL type of moment for him a couple of times. But yeah, he looks great. So you're right. I mean, it's down to center and right guard, and you know, we'll see what happens there. I mean, right now, if you ask me, who would you want it to be? It would be Jalen Sundell at center, because I think he's really a smart player, a little undersized. But I like that. And then Anthony Bradford.
Yeah.
Would love that, just because he's devastating. But, you know, it may change. And, you know, and I was just thinking about that position. That might be something. Look what they did at inside backer last year. I mean, they went in with Dodson and Baker. And Dodson, I remember when he got cut, he was like, I thought I was having a pretty good year.
Yeah.
And if you look at his stats, he had like 70 tackles and a couple sacks and everything. But that might be, a way that they address it. You know, maybe that's one of those things that, you know, we'll be talking about next year in the offseason going, yeah, remember when they brought in the right guard and the center? So, I mean, that's the thing I think that's the beauty of that battle. I mean, you don't know who's going to be there, and that's kind of unsettling. But I think with McDonald and Schneider together, they're not going to just sit on their hands and go, oh, well, we suck, maybe we can help them out. They're gonna do something.
Yeah, they see a problem. They're quick to address it.
Yeah, because I know that right now they think they have the right people here. They have their starting center and their starting right guard here in camp. Now, who's that going to be? Is it going to be Christian Haynes? Is it going to be, Anthony Bradford, Olu at center, Sundell at center. They don't really know.
They
got LeMay. Yeah, LeMay is another one. I forgot. He really good player.
Yeah.
And, draft choice from a couple years ago. So, yeah, I mean, I think they have it. But if they don't, I would say that's the good news for fans. And really, those are the only spots on the entire offense. I mean, obviously, you need some people to step up, especially the rookies like Oots, and Arroyo. But, yeah, I mean, that I feel comfortable. I was just kind of thinking about this yesterday going, yeah, I think if they don't have the guy here, they're instantly going to fix that. They're going to either trade or do something.
Yeah,
to get that right.
One guy that's we were always asking questions about, and that's Oluwatimi. Just based on his pedigree out of college, coming out of Michigan, he wins the Outland, he wins the Remington, he's all these accolades, but then he falls to the 5th round. Seahawks pick him up, and he just hasn't grabbed that spot. Now he's dealing with a bit of a back situation, and this is head coach Mike McDonald giving the latest on that back injury.
Soon, he gave it a go today, and I think it just tightened up on it a little bit. So just out of precaution, we shut him down earlier in practice. So probably tomorrow or earlier in the week, hopefully.
So hopefully it's just something minor and he can get. But you hate to see a guy lose a competition, lose his spot because he can't compete.
Yeah,
I mean, but that's. Yeah, you want somebody who's available, so obviously that's a big deal. But that's a bummer if it's not him. Hey, he got beaten out. He was playing his guts out, but the other guy was better. Instead of he wasn't available, he couldn't play.
Yeah.
So we'll see what goes on with that. But we've talked about when do you want to make these choices? Are you going to wait till the end of the preseason? What if you have to go out on the market and find somebody and get them ready for week 1? And Mike McDonald talked about when the decisions will be made at right guard and center.
Do you want to see one more preseason game before you make any decisions on the right guard and center?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
To the point. One more. Could be two more, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in the second they see it, they're going to be like, obviously he's going to be talking to Clint about the fact that Kubiak, that is, what do you like? I mean, can we operate with this guy? So, because I think that's the one thing you're probably looking at there is that every once in a while you'll run into somebody, and if it's Anthony Bradford, I guess it wouldn't be a big surprise to everybody that he ruins your offense. Right? I mean, he doesn't do things right, and all of a sudden it's like we can't run this. We can't run these plays that are like the core of what we do because this guy can't operate it right. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing that's probably the biggest one. I think physically they have the right guys and everything. Olu strikes me as one of those guys that maybe needs to talk to Big Ray, and I know that Ray Roberts does talk to him because Olu was at Virginia, I think.
Yeah,
then he went to like Air Force before he went to Michigan.
So he was at a couple stops before Michigan.
Yeah, and Ray knew him, from somewhere, and I think Ray was kind of talking about how he needs to just go and grab the job by the throat. Right?
Yeah.
Just be aggressive and be nasty and, be a little bit, maybe one of those guys that's just a little bit on the edge. They get, a push in on somebody right at the whistle, that just kind of irritates you. Yeah, exactly. And, he just seems like a really smart, intelligent guy, and he's very, very nice guy and everything. Maybe he needs to turn into, be the old Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type of thing, be a nice guy off the field, but, maybe be a little bit of a jerk on the field.
Yeah, I don't think it would hurt. One other thing quickly before the break, talking about depth issues and things like that. He was talking about the edge rushers and the depth and what he's seen out of some guys we don't really talk about. I mean, you forget about Mike Morris, forget about Tyreek Smith, and this is what McDonald said.
I don't think it's changed throughout camp in terms of how we feel about it. We have guys that are playing really good football for us. You've seen Tyreek Smith make a lot of great plays doing that. He's improved on the things that he needs to improve on in the run game, and you felt him in the pass rush the other day, and the rest of the guys are doing it. I mean, Mike Morris, I thought, had a really good performance. So great competition there. And they're not just competing against those guys in that room. And there's guys that can play those positions, or we can move around, and how it fits on special teams is going to play a big part of how this whole thing unfolds. So, but it was great to see how the edge group played in the game. That was really exciting.
I told you guys yesterday, maybe Tyreek Smith is going to be my Tyler Mabry a guy that, is always on the practice squad. Now, he ended up going, gosh, I'm trying to remember if he was in like Cleveland or somewhere like that. But he got drafted here a couple of years ago, the Ohio State edge rusher.
Right.
And I meant to bring him
hurt, right?
What's that?
Wasn't he hurt?
Yeah, I mean, I think he did get injured, and then that put him behind, a little bit. But he had a really good game, and I should have mentioned him the other day when we were talking about the game. He had a really good game off the edge, and he's got some great pass rush moves, which I've always loved about him. He's just one of those guys I've thought, man, this he's got something. And I think it was a later round draft choice.
Fifth round.
Yeah, but I just loved everything about him, and it just didn't work out for him. And I think he did, like you said, got hurt, and then he went somewhere else. I think it was like Cleveland or somewhere. But, yeah, he's back here, and I love having him in the conversation about, coming off the edge.
Hey, our coverage of Seahawks training camp is brought to you by the Landing in Renton. Well, he stole the whole show again on Saturday night. We'll talk about the Ichiro ceremony, everything that went on over the weekend. That is coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch the cow, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman here with Bob Stelton, and honesty and integrity is what sets Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine apart from others. And I've been working with Dr. Wagner for a couple of years now. And he was really straight with me, Bob. I mean, my right knee needs replacement. Not all doctors will give it to you straight, and he told me, yeah, you need replacement. I can't help you with what I do. But I know after hearing me talk about Dr. Wagner, you decided to go see him for yourself. And tell us about your experience you had a hip problem, right?
Yeah, and I didn't want to have surgery. And that's where it looked like it was heading. So I was like, well, why not try this? Why not meet with the guy? I had all the imaging done. I knew what was wrong and brought all the images to him. And he kind of told me the same thing that he told you on a different level. He said, look, you got a torn labrum, you got a frayed tendon, you got some arthritis, you got a bursa sac, you got a this, you got a that. It's not going to fix everything, but it's going to go a long way into helping you. So I said, let's do this. I'll try anything before surgery, and I'd heard all the testimonials you brought up. So to me, there was nothing to lose. If it didn't work, then I'm going under the knife, and I didn't want to do that. So I went through the procedure, 90 minutes in and out. It was quick. And I would say within 3 weeks, it was night and day. It didn't fix everything, like he said, but it is a world of difference just walking around, sleeping, just basic things. I'm not even talking about sparring and doing working out situations that I can do now that I couldn't do then. So I couldn't be happier with the results because, A, I feel so much better, and B, I didn't have to have surgery.
Yeah, that's the big thing. And for you, would you say, what was your pain at before, like 1 to 10, and then, after the surgery?
It was probably an 8 most days, and sometimes it felt like a 10. And I would say now it's a 2.
Yeah.
On a terrible day, maybe a 3, but it's amazing how different it is.
All right, so it's a shoulder, a hip like Bob had, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first, just like Bob Stelton did. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The LJ way is
The Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Welcome back to Wyman and Bob. And over the weekend, what an amazing experience with Ichiro's jersey being retired. And what the Mariners do such an unbelievable job as far as, you know, their celebrations and honoring players and everything. And they bring back everyone. But one of the things you could see is how much his teammates loved him, Ichiro. I mean, he just... I'm sure he didn't have to beg anybody to come back. They all looked like they were so eager to be there. Even a guy like Randy Johnson, who, you know, Randy, not like super, you know, outgoing, it seems like.
Friendly?
Like, well, I don't know about that, but I mean, I don't know. He kind of comes off as a guy that keeps to himself, and, you know, and I've heard him recently on the, you know, being interviewed by Rick Riz, and, you know, he sounds fine. And I totally agreed with everything that he said about, you know, retiring as a Mariner and the whole thing. So, but yeah, I mean, it was cool to see all of the basically like Mariner royalty out there on the field, right?
Yeah, it's always cool to see that. Even more so seeing the other voices that they had on the video presentation. I don't know if you had a chance to see that, but they had.
I didn't. I missed that. You had to be at the game for that, right?
Yeah, they played it up on the big board. I think they played it up on the TV broadcast. They might have played it as well. But they had like messages from Harold Reynolds. They had messages from Albert Pujols, from David Ortiz, from Derek Jeter, from so people that Harold was a Mariner, but other people that weren't Mariners.
Yeah.
Just seeing some of the greats in the game, acknowledging Ichiro, and the Mariners do such a phenomenal job with those celebrations. They really do. And that meant a lot. And Ichiro, again, him coming out and making a speech, he just killed it. He's got such a great sense of humor. And he had some jokes in there that he was making, and he called Ken Griffey Jr. the great philosopher. I think he referred to him as the great philosopher, repeating something he had told him, and he was very deferential to Randy, going through that whole that Ryan was telling us about, just in terms of his number 51 and all of that. And then he addressed the current Mariners. He looked over at the dugout, and here's a bit of what he had to say to them.
This year's team has a great opportunity. You guys are strong and talented. Please do not take your talent for granted. You have a great team and a great opportunity in front of you. I understand there is pressure to win, but the thing about winning is it is always tough and never comes without pressure. Accept the pressure and figure out how you can perform at your best under pressure.
So, that's a great message. And the cool thing was seeing all of the players hanging over the top the railing there. They're up on the top step. Rowland-Smith podcast. They're hanging out there, and they're intently focused on him and listening. And Julio was front and center. And then he stressed that, he's always there to help him however he can.
Although I can no longer help you guys with a hit or a laser beam throw, my will and desire is always there for you. I come to the field every day because I want to help you. Be prepared for the moment. I am confident you can seize the moment. Now, let's play ball!
So it was great, and they asked Julio about it after the game, that message to the team, and he talked about how much that meant. And so even though they see this guy every day, and I do mean every day, he's out there in uniform, he's shagging fly balls, he's doing whatever they need him to do, I guess. But I think in seeing him in that venue, being praised by all the baseball elite, not just Mariner greats, but just around the game, maybe they view him in a little different light. And that maybe that message carries a little more weight.
Yeah. Well, it just seems like the more you hear about Ichiro, the more you learn. And one of the things, remember Charlie Furbush told us that story a couple of times about why didn't he go into the home run derby? Yeah. And there are people that have seen him take batting practice that are absolutely convinced that he could have won any home run contest, home run derby.
Yeah.
And that's fascinating to me because, he just chose not to because he said he didn't want to ruin their time, or what did he say? He didn't want to show them up. Yeah, show up the big power hitters, and it's just incredible. That's not a big body guy.
No, he's not a big dude at all. But he was an amazing player, and he's an amazing individual in that his love of the game is so apparent, and the fact that he's 51 years old and he's still out there in full uniform and helping the team. He doesn't financially need to do anything. Right. He can go off and hang out with his wife wherever they want to go in the world, but he's
that's what I do, by the way.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would, but he's committed like he's on the roster.
Yeah,
and it's amazing. And the coolest part of the ceremony was John Stanton gets up there and crowd's booing a bit when he gets introduced. Okay. He makes a couple of remarks, and then he breaks the news that they're gonna make a statue There's 2 statues out there right now, one of Griffey, one of Edgar. There's going to be an Ichiro statue out there next year. Nice. And Ichiro clearly wasn't aware of that because they zoomed in on him, and you could see him looking around and kind of like, what did he say?
Yeah.
What? And you just saw that moment on his face, like, whoa, that was a big deal. And I thought that was really cool. So I can't wait for that. And then I started thinking, all right, are there any other former Mariners you could make the case deserve a statue? There's the number retirement. Randy's getting that next year. What about a statue? Is it Felix? Is it?
Yeah, I guess Felix would be probably the next one.
Yeah, but to me, there's number and statue. Those are 2 different things, and statue kind of almost goes above number. Mm-hmm. It's just you're sort of either way, you're immortalized forever within the organization. You're going to see the number hanging up there and the name, obviously, but when you walk by the building, you're not even going to the game. You see those statues out there. That, I don't know. To me, it represents a little different honor. And I don't know if there is another former Mariner. You've had Mariner greats, certainly. You've got Buhner, and you've had Felix, and you've had, Jamie Moyer, and you've had, different guys that have been huge parts of this team. But are they statue guys?
Yeah, are they statue worthy?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was, I don't know. Does Randy deserve a statue? I mean, he wasn't here his whole career. Neither was Ichiro. Yeah. But Randy went into the Hall of Fame as an Arizona Diamondback. He didn't go in as a Mariner. I don't know. Yeah. It's interesting to see. I don't know how the Mariners view it, but I started thinking about that, and that was a cool moment though to see the look on his face when he heard that news. That was very cool. Meanwhile, some key injuries were lingering today at Seahawks training camp. We'll get the very latest from Bob Condotta, who will join us next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs, and it's only on Seattle Sports.
The pitch swung on. That's roped. Left field line towards the pole. Back-to-back jacks. Cal Raleigh, Julio.
Up next, a long 9-game East Coast road trip. Tomorrow afternoon, it's the first of 3 against the Orioles in Baltimore.
First pitch at 3:35. Pregame at 2:30.
On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, it's Brock Ewart here, and you got to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It could save you a lot of money and get your family better coverage. First Mark has saved my family thousands of dollars every year. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In store, online, and on the app. In 23 while supplies last.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rurucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Crawl space and attics are not places you want to spend much time, but many homes in our area can have serious issues behind the hatches. Hi, it's the owner of Crawl Pros, Richard Herron. For years, you've heard us talking about how we go where you don't want to. With our free corner-to-corner inspection to keep your crawl space and attic well insulated and free of mold and water. You've also heard about the pest control division of our company to keep your home bug and critter free. I'm excited to tell you about our newest division, Plumber Pros. Plumber Pros takes the same customer-first approach to plumbing that we do with our crawl space, attic, and pest control work. We've handpicked skilled plumbers that I know you'll feel comfortable inviting into your home. So next time you run into plumbing issues, from leaky faucets and clogged drains to full home repipes and sub pump installations, call Crawl Pros and we'll get our plumbing division, Plumber Pros, out to get it resolved. For anything related to your crawl space, attic, pest control, or plumbing, call Crawl Pros or visit us at crawlpros.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners get the day off today as they take 9 out of 10 games on their homestand, so they hopefully can duplicate some of that magic out on the road. Well, they'll be out there for 9 games, starting with the Baltimore Orioles tomorrow. You can catch all of the action of that one right here. Seattle Sports on 710. Meanwhile, there are games worth watching, most specifically the Astros at home playing host to the Boston Red Sox. The Mariners are 1/2 game behind the Astros in the AL West. They hold the number 1 spot, number 1 wild card spot. So, to answer a texter's question, who should we be rooting for? You're rooting for Boston. You want the Astros to be swept, and hopefully the Mariners can take advantage of that and win and find themselves in first place.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Seahawks training camp rolls on. You got the Kansas City Chiefs coming up next as preseason game number 2. And before we know it, we'll be in the regular season. Taking a look at this team, a man who's watching them up close and personal each and every day out there is joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Seahawks beat writer for the Seattle Times, Bob Condotta, is here. Hello, Bob.
Hey, guys. Hey, how you doing?
And he's watching every practice with a hoodie sweatshirt on, whether it's 100 degrees or not. And, yeah.
He's just a glutton for punishment.
Just to set the scene there.
Yeah, yeah. Are you going to be wearing that tomorrow when it's supposed to be 90?
Yeah, I don't know about tomorrow. It was a little hot out there today, even though we were just kind of out there in the morning. And Yeah, as I've been telling everybody, I mean, it's kind of my weight loss routine. I just kind of go out there and sweat it off. So
yeah, that's you get it. Bob's going to be out there in one of those plastic sweatsuits, like a plastic bag.
It's like his sauna.
Yeah, just wring it out afterwards. But hey, Bob, I'm curious your takeaway after game one. It's always kind of dangerous to put too much, good or bad, into a preseason game, right? But I'm just curious as far as what you were looking for going into that game against the Raiders and what you saw and stood out to you afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious takeaway was just the running game and the way the offensive line looked early when you had what is kind of your starting lineup, barring injury at the moment. I mean, or, except for where you don't have Charles Cross. Obviously, he'd be your starting left tackle. And then because you have Olu out at center as well. Maybe Jalen Sundell would be their starting center right now. That was a harder one to read, but that was basically your starting line though of who's available to play. And so you were hoping to see, I think, some improvement from them, given the way things went with the line and the running game last year. And I think you saw that again. Yeah, it was really limited. The Raiders are, that may not be the best defense, and their starters played a lot of the first series, and then that was it. Some of the guys played longer than that. Some of the guys they want to see as well. But, seeing the running game show some life, seeing that it looked like they all were working together well, and the running backs, especially George Kalani, were sort of doing things, I think, the way they wanted to be done. I thought that early on was impressive. And, the way they played, or, they're creating a couple of turnovers, and especially like the Nehemiah Pritchett play, which I think was really sort of a created turnover. He just made a really nice play on that one. Wanting to see some stuff like that too. Basically no defensive starter played, so it's hard to read a ton out of that. I think the defense is really going to be a strength of this team this year once they get everybody out there. But seeing the backups, I think, play in the style that Mike McDonald wanted them to play, especially in that first half, when it's backups who probably will be part of the team this year. I think that was good to see as well.
Yeah, I loved the Pritchett interception. I mean, it was like those guys were on a string, and it's like, okay, I'm going to jump the inside guy and make the safety come over the top and cover my coverage. I thought that was really well planned and just a demonstration of how awesome Mike's defense is. But hey, Bob, you hear these guys talking every day, whether it's the O-line coach or Mike McDonald himself, and who are, to encourage fans, like, what have you heard the most, like, I don't know, like glowing reviews? I mean, who do you hear about the most on the offensive line that maybe would be interesting to fans? Because, like a guy like Sundell is kind of a underdog a little bit, but who would you say they talk about the most?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, Zabel. He's not an off the beaten path guy. Obviously, he's your first round pick. But I think you're hearing what you want to hear out of that. From Zabel. I mean, they put him in a starting role from day one. And I think in part because of his first round draft standing. But I think he's earned it as well. I mean, I think he's played well, and I think you're hearing guys kind of talk about that he is earning it, and that he is sort of showing all the things you would expect a first round draft pick to show, but that he also, as I don't think he comes with sort of any kind of air of being a first round pick. Like he knew he had to kind of come here, and because he is a smaller school guy, that even if he's the 18th overall pick, there's still sort of that question mark about him. And so I think he's got a little bit of that chip on his shoulder because of that. And so I think he's shown all of that so far. I mean, he's been out there every single snap. I don't think he's missed a single play, and so you like to see that out of a first round pick. The other guy is Anthony Bradford, and I know that doesn't. I know the name Anthony Bradford doesn't excite Seahawks fans probably, but you do hear people talk about the way he has improved this year, the way he attacked the offseason. He came to camp last year. He battled some injuries. This year, he's a guy who's been out there every single day, every single play. And right now, I think he's your starting right guard, and I think he's kind of won that job. I think they challenged him with that. They did throw a couple other guys at that job, Christian Haynes in particular, but Laumea was the guy who played that spot at the end of last year, and right now he's beaten those guys out, and he's won that job. And so I think you're hearing guys, they seem happy for him. I think he's a guy who's well liked among his teammates and all of that. So, I know he didn't rate real well in the grading and PFF and stuff like that last year, but I think they feel like with this system and everything, all the offensive linemen might play a little better than they did last year, and also just kind of with the coaching they're going to get. And I think Bradford could be one of the guys who has the most improvement of all of the veterans.
Yeah, well, I think, you talk about fans not being excited to hear that. I think Dave and I are probably the only ones that are kind of excited. I mean, I think if you're being honest and looking at Bradford, he might have more physical strength than anybody on that line. He's got the ability to be just a mauler out there, and it's been more about just consistency with him. Is that how you see him?
For sure, yeah. And, this is the third offensive line coach in 3 years for these guys. And, third coordinator, third system, and everything. And for a guy like a younger guy like Bradford, obviously, I think your head can be on a swivel a little bit with adjusting to the NFL, then a new system, and then, a new head coach and another new system, and now another new system in your third year. But, so it's been a lot, I think, for these guys to process. But I think from the standpoint of he has been around now, and he has played in a number of games, so he's not awed by any of that anymore. So, McDonald made an interesting comment today about they don't plan to rotate anywhere, and they plan to pick a starting five and then stick with it for a while. And he didn't say that part of it, but that seems to be what he's saying by saying they don't plan to rotate. That I think once they pick a starting five, I think they probably plan to let those guys play for a while. Obviously injury could change things, but otherwise let those guys play for a while and see how it works. And because the teamwork aspect of what they're going to do with the outside zone and everything is really important. All those guys kind of working together, it's even more so than in the schemes they've had in the past. And so I think they want to kind of narrow it down with those guys. And it sort of appears as if they already have, actually, if you watch practice. Today they basically had what for now appears to be the starting offensive five on the line, playing basically every snap with the first team offense. And so it does kind of appear as if they've done that, but I think that's what they want to do. And I think they feel like Bradford can be a good fit for what they're doing there. And so for sure, he's not the only one. Oluwatimi or Sindel, either of those guys now has played a little bit. So you're not going straight to a center who's never played before. And, same with like Cross and Lucas, are each kind of grizzled vets by now. So, from that standpoint, it's a line they've kind of built over the last 3 or 4 years with the draft picks they've had. And I think they're hoping this is the year that all really comes to fruition.
Hey, Bob, I don't know, first of all, just real quick, Tyrese Knight, do we know any more about this secondary medical problem that he's having other than his knee?
No, we don't. They want to keep that a secret. So they're keeping that a secret, I think, for a reason. So, but McDonald said that the plan is still that they hope to have him ready week 1 of the regular season against the 49ers. And he was out there today, watching and all that. They've added to the depth at inside linebacker. They've now signed a couple of inside linebackers over the last couple of weeks to add to the depth there.
Yeah, but, I was saying I think Patrick O'Connell has played his way into a good backup. Is that kind of what you're hearing?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. McDonald made an interesting comment about him today because that came up. We asked again about the inside linebacker depth, and he made a comment that they have sort of a point system of how guys get points for everything they do in practice and stuff like that. And then O'Connell's the number one point earner on defense. I think he either said on defense or the entire team, but he at least said on defense of everybody right now. And that sort of jives with what you see out there. Again, he's another guy available every single day. He's out there. He's out there a lot, making plays, and obviously in their minds, I think always kind of in the right spot where they want him to be. We generally, when we haven't seen Tyrese Knight out there, Ernest Jones was back today. So today it usually looked like it was Ernest Jones and O'Connell working as the starting inside linebackers. And, right now I think he's probably sort of your third inside linebacker. I know they've prepped him to play either spot there. So, I think even though he hasn't played a lot and isn't obviously a big name veteran or whatever, but I think they feel pretty confident in him. And, I think they're going to be a little more willing than people might think to kind of ride with some of their young guys in some of these spots. I think McDonald's a believer in that. Like, if these are the guys that have played all the way through camp with us and they know what we're doing, that's more valuable maybe than signing a guy off the street, week 1 of the regular season, even if it's some guy who's played a lot.
As far as Sam Darnold goes, how much do you think we'll see him in the next game, next 2 games, if at all? How much would you like to see him, considering I would like to see him just because he's new? I just want to see him get reps with these guys against, real opposition other than their defense in practice. But what do you – has McDonald commented much on that?
Yeah, McDonald said last week that because Kansas City has a history of playing their starters, because Andy Reid is not a big fan of joint practices, so they don't do those. So Andy Reid does play his starters. They played their starters a little bit. I think Patrick Mahomes played 3 plays the other day, but one of the rare starting quarterbacks who played week 1 of the regular season or of the preseason. So he said last week that because the Chiefs do that they'll probably, their starters will have an opportunity to play. So I would imagine they'll try to get their starters out there for a series or 2. I don't think it would be super long, but I do think they'd want to get them out there long enough to just play a little bit. And then they'll have the joint practice against Green Bay next Thursday. So I don't think any of the starters will play the Green Bay game. So I think if starters play in the preseason, I think it'll be this Friday against Kansas City. But yeah, it kind of seems like they're prepping to be able to play their starters a little bit in the Kansas City game.
That is a weird thing about Andy Reid. I remember watching Patrick Mahomes get sacked in their first preseason game. Some linebacker just drug him down from behind, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that you're doing that. But do you think, as far as the joint practices go, Bob, like the thing I've always said is, a preseason game, the game goes its own way, right? Whereas, when you have these joint practices, you can practice specific things, and you can get a number of reps, whether it's 9-on-7 or 7-on-7 or goal line drill and things like that. Do you think, starting to catch on a little bit in the NFL and with coaches?
Yeah, totally. I mean, last year we saw the Seahawks do it against Tennessee, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, McDonald got with Brian Callahan, Tennessee's coach, and they went over what they each wanted to work at, and kind of devised a practice plan that way, so they could be like, yeah, we want our number one offense to get 10 reps doing this against your defense, and so. That's what they do is they set it up that way, and they like it that way because you can script what kind of work you want them to get against another team that is then kind of has a defensive coordinator or whatever calling the plays against them, so it gives you that kind of work. But the ability to also have a quick whistle, so like you're saying about some guy taking a shot at Patrick Mahomes, you can kind of prevent that for the most part in these joint practices. You can you tell the refs, hey, if some guy's about to behead my quarterback, hurry up and blow the whistle fast, kind of thing, because it's not a game kind of thing, and so that you can do that. So that's one of the other reasons guys like the joint practices. You reminded me, and I can't remember who the receiver was, but there was the Seahawks. Some point in Pete's year, he said the starters are going to play one series, and Russell went out there and threw like an 80-yard touchdown pass on the first play of a game against the Raiders, and so they then played the starters again the second series, and Pete said later, like, nobody even did anything on the first play other than Russell and whoever it was who got the pass. So it was like he was like, we needed him to play a little bit more than that. So you're right. I mean, it can be hard to you go out there and you play 3 snaps, but it's a couple of penalties and it's 3rd and 20 or whatever. That doesn't really get you good work. So for sure, that's why people like the joint practices.
Hey, how do you see the wide receiver battle shaping up? Torrey Horton seems to have a lot of hype behind him. A lot of scouts, people talking about he could have been a much higher draft pick if not for injury, and he's just untapped talent there. Is it him and MVS competing, or is that no MVS? That's his job, and they're going to figure out how to get Torrey Horton involved in this, or how do you see that shaking out?
Well, I mean, Torrey Horton has created a role for himself, and he definitely is. He could end up with like the 3rd most snaps of a receiver on the team. But in some ways, I don't necessarily see him and MVS competing directly because I think they do different things. I think they're going to be good at different things. And I think Valdez-Scantling definitely has a role in this offense. And, they want a guy who can just kind of run down the field and take the top off the defense and stretch the defense that way and create openings over the middle for other guys. And, and as Mike McDonald said, and then if you forget about him, he can burn you with a 50-yard reception or whatever. So I know that may not be sexy radio sometimes to say maybe these guys, it's not one or the other, but I really don't think it's one or the other per se. I think there's going to be roles for both these guys on the team. And, they did guarantee Valdez-Scantling $3 million. I know it's not the most money in the world, but I think it's enough that indicated that they kind of wanted him around. They signed him for a reason. And, he was with Clint Kubiak last year in New Orleans. And, Kubiak, they liked what he did in the 8 games he had there. And so, again, I think they see ways he can be effective in this offense. So I think they're going to be your 3rd and 4th receivers, just kind of a matter of, sometimes maybe just what it is they want to do, who's going to be out there more. And then special teams, I think, is going to really determine the guys after that. Cody White, right now it looks like it's Cody White and Jake Bobo sort of competing for the 2 spots behind them. And, whether they keep 5 or 6, and it would be one of those 2 guys probably. But, from the minute they drafted him, I don't think there's any doubt Torrey Horton was going to be on the roster. And I don't think they necessarily drafted Torrey Horton to knock Valdez-Scantling off the roster. It's just sort of creating among those guys, what are the roles they do best, and, how do we best feature them?
Yeah, I thought you did a great projection, Bob, on the 53-man roster, and everything, looked pretty reasonable and kind of agreed with as far as I was concerned. But yeah, I mean, you look at some of these guys, Tyreek Smith, and we just talked about him a little bit. And I think you had him either like on the fringe or on the list, but he's kind of interesting. I mean, he had a quietly really good game, and he was a guy they drafted a couple of years ago, and I think he went to Arizona and then came back. But yeah, kind of an interesting player. Is he maybe the one that is sort of like the biggest wild card there, or did you feel like you stretched on some of the guys that you kept?
Not really, but I would agree with you on that. I mean, the big wild card there is in Uso, and when's he going to be back? It sounds like, I think McDonald, for understandable reasons, the head coach, doesn't want to say, yeah, he's going to be back on August 29th or something like that, and create this expectation of a date. But I do think they feel like he can be back, if not week 1 of the regular season, really close to that. And so I think for the initial 53-man, you might be keeping someone else like Tyreek Smith. Eventually, I think they feel like Nwosu will be able to round out the edge rushing group, and you'll have the 4 with Lawrence and Mafe and Derek Hall as the other one, and someone else could sneak their way on there for a while, or maybe create a role for themselves for the rest of the year. And you kind of keep a guy who's a 5th rush end and can help you in some other ways as well. But yeah, Tyreek Smith has played well for sure. It wasn't just the game, but in practices, he's when we go watch the one-on-ones that they do every day, they're in pads anyway. He's had a number of impressive days there where he's had some wins. And I talked to him for a while the other day. I haven't gotten around to writing it for the paper yet, but he talked about how, this is his 4th year, and he did. He was on Seattle's practice squad, and Arizona signed him to their active roster 2 years ago, and so he played in a few games with Arizona, and they ended up releasing him, and then he signed back with the Seahawks to their practice squad. He's basically been with the Seahawks the whole time, but he did have about a month or so with Arizona in the middle of that, and but he also battled injuries. He didn't do anything his rookie year because he had an injury. So, he was kind of saying it's been sort of a tough road for him, but he feels like now he's sort of finding his way that way, and he really likes his fit in this defense and all that. And so, I think he's a guy who could definitely work his way onto the roster week 1 and find his way onto the field this season for sure.
Bob, as always, great stuff. We appreciate the time. Stay cool out there. We'll see you.
Okay.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, you guys. All right. Bye.
There you go. There's Bob Condotta, beat writer for the Seattle Times, trying to stay cool in a hoodie when it's 400 degrees out there.
I got to say, man, that guy works his tail off.
Yeah.
I mean, he is just prolific, constantly out there, always paying attention.
Yeah, good stuff from him. If you guys didn't catch all of that, you can find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com after the show. Our coverage of Seahawks training camp is brought to you by The Landing in Renton. Coming up, the Mariners front office should have a new priority over these next few months. We'll tell you what that's about. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs, and it's only on Seattle Sports.
Pitch swung on. That's roped. Left field line towards the pole. Back-to-back jacks. Cal Raleigh, Julio.
Up next, a long 9-game East trip. Tomorrow afternoon, it's the first of 3 against the Orioles in Baltimore.
First pitch at 3:35. Pregame at 2:30.
On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Swedish Cyberknife. You know, a few weeks ago we had Andy Ryder. He is the mayor of Lacey, and he's also, more importantly, a Swedish Cyberknife patient. We had him and Dr. Landis from Swedish Cyberknife in studio, and just to talk a little bit about the treatment that you get at Swedish Cyberknife. And number one, it only takes 5 sessions. So Andy was able to complete treatment in 1 week, Monday through Friday, while continuing to work full time. And each treatment session lasts less than an hour. So he was able to remain comfortable during treatment. You can wear your street clothes in. Didn't experience many side effects other than mentioning he was a little bit tired. But if you compare that with other treatment methods where you have to have surgery or you have to have a catheter, I mean, it is night and day with Swedish Cyberknife. Also, it was really cool to see the relationship between Andy and Dr. Landis. Andy holds him in very high regard, and rightfully so. Dr. Landis is a multiple-time recipient of the Seattle Top Doctor Award. And we talk about building a sports team and trying to find stars. Swedish Cyberknife truly has that. It's an all-pro roster of doctors and world-renowned experts in their field, just like Dr. Landis. Swedish Cyberknife treats patients from all over the state, and you don't need a physician's referral. You can reach out to them directly. So if you've been diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com. Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mariners have the day off today, traveling to the East Coast. Start their 9-game road trip in Baltimore tomorrow. You'll catch that game right here, Seattle Sports on 710. Meanwhile, we've talked about this guy, the acquisition of Josh Naylor, and how it's just an absolute, no pun intended, home run. He's been, I think, everything you were hoping he could be and more. And I don't know how often we're used to that when the Mariners make an acquisition, and that acquisition, whether it's in the offseason or at the trade deadline, comes in and just hits the ground running, right? Rosarena took a little time for him to find it when they got him. Guys it's different for everybody. Josh Naylor's hit the ground running, literally. 11 stolen bases in 15 games. A reminder, he had 11 prior to coming here in 93 games with Arizona. So he's done it all. He's played great defense. He's been great at the plate. He's great on the base paths. He feels like he's great as a clubhouse presence, as maybe just a leader in some aspects. But we were getting texts when the text line was working. I don't know if it's working now, but and seeing it on social media. Sign this guy right this minute. Sign him right this minute. And I agree. If it's possible, I would be knocking on the door, calling the phone, sending the email, sending the fax, however they communicate with his agent, and saying, hey, love to get together, have a little chat about Josh's future, and we think it looks pretty bright here. And and look, I don't know Josh Naylor at all. Does he have a preference to a specific part of the country? Does he, he's emphasized how much winning means to him. Yeah. And I think if they are able to go on a deep run in the postseason, that could go a long way into selling Seattle to him if it needs to be sold.
Yeah, that's true. He's 28 years old.
Yeah, you're getting him in his prime.
Yeah, I mean, there are just so many surprises with him. Because I always liked the Cleveland Guardians and just the lineup that they had. They had Ramirez there, of course, Naylor and Kwan, and Naylor was always the guy that was kind of fascinating to me. But I had no idea that there was all this other part. And you mentioned the defense. I still love telling the story where Dylan Moore bounced one to him, and it was a tough pick for him, and it was against the A's, and he scoops it up, no problem, and he throws it back to Dylan Moore, and you could tell that Demo was like, sorry man, my bad, and he's like, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
it's fine. And just like we told Jen Mueller or yesterday, I guess it was like, you just catch the ball.
Yeah.
That's it. That's my rule.
How'd you do that? You just catch it.
Just catch it. So, yeah, maybe we can make that into a T-shirt. But, I mean, the defense has been something I did not even think about. you obviously at the trade deadline, we were looking for bats, right?
Right.
But, that was like a pleasant surprise. And then it's just ridiculous with the stolen bases.
Yeah.
What all of a sudden did they unlock in him?
I'd like to. I hope we get a chance to speak with him
Yeah.
at some point soon, because I want to know.
Because he had 10?
He had 11.
In 23. 2023, he
yeah.
had 10 stolen bases. And like you said, 11 in Arizona. He's got 11
In
here.
93 games, though, it took him to get 11. He's done it in 15.
In 15, yeah. So it's just totally, you got more than you paid for, really.
How often does that happen for the Mariners?
No, not very often.
Where you're just over the moon about an acquisition. Couldn't be happier with this guy, no matter the position. It just doesn't feel like it happens. But he made it clear, and he's made it clear when we've heard him speak that winning is a big deal, and it should be a big deal to everybody. But some players might prioritize geography. Hey, I want to be closer to home, or they might prioritize the payday. Look, I want to be compensated at this level. And I'm sure those are big on his list, but he's really leaned on winning. And in his first press conference with the Mariners, he talked about how excited he is to play for a team that, in his opinion, has a chance to win a World Series.
I just want to take every opportunity and try to make the best of it. Whether it's hitting 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, I don't really care. I just want to make the best of what opportunities I'm given. I want to try to impact the game the best I can. I want to try to help the team win ball games. That's the end goal. And I want to win a World Series. That's everything I want to do since I was young. And I'm blessed and fortunate enough to play for this organization now and be a part of this great lineup. It's been so much fun kind of learning the players here. It's been incredible playing baseball with this team. The pitching staff speaks for itself. The bullpen speaks for itself. The offense is awesome. But again, any opportunity I get, I just want to make the best of it. I want to give it my all. Good, bad, or ugly, I can go to bed happy and content because I gave my A+ effort and I tried my best. And if it goes great, awesome. If it goes bad, it is what it is. I can wake up tomorrow and try again.
Yeah, not sure what was going on with the low-end bass that was rolling through that audio there, but he's just matter of fact. He's not a overly effusive guy when you heard him speak. He's just to the point, and he wants to win. He wants to win, and it feels like if he were making a priority list of here's what I need in my next team, that's going to be number one. That's how it feels. I don't know. We don't know him, but that's just how often he's mentioned it. Feels like that. And if there's a window for Mariners management to just crack open a little bit and get to his agents and get to, if they're even willing to listen, because, look, 28 years old, he's in his prime. I would imagine his agents are saying, look, we want to test this market and see what the market bears for your services here.
Yeah.
I don't imagine they're eager to engage with the Mariners right now. They'd probably, if the Mariners called, they'd probably say, let's just talk about this at the end of the season. But I don't know. But if there is a window, I would jump through it. If I were the Mariners organization, how do we lock this guy up? 28 years old in his prime. He has been better than advertised, and he fits. And the town loves him already. And this team is just rolling. And you could chalk up a large part of that to his presence, along with Gino Suarez, along with Fergie, as they call him in the bullpen, who's had a couple of consequential innings out there. So I just think it's all good feelings right now, and it's hopefully that plays for him. Again, I don't know if he's got a geography, if he wants to be in a specific part of the country or closer to where, he considers home. I don't really know.
I don't think that part's going to matter, having heard, having listened to him. I just remember when I signed in Denver, I wasn't thrilled with Denver. I was a West Coast guy my whole life, basically. But then we got there, and just the way that they talked about winning and getting John Elway help, and we're going to do this and that and go to the playoffs. It's like, I was like, I love Denver.
Yeah.
Denver's great because they were doing all the things that you needed. They gave John the right offensive coordinator and everything. That I think, and from gleaning from what he says there, he wants to win.
Yeah.
He wants to win a championship. And so, as far as like the the geography and things like that, if I had to guess, I would say I think he's more concerned about seeing the commitment from from this organization.
Yeah.
So and it was really awesome that they committed the way that they did and got Gino as well. And yeah, I mean, you got a bullpen guy in Ferguson, and it just did the things that they needed. And right now, it's paying off for him. So I got to imagine that he's really happy here. And I'm not going to say he would take some kind of a huge discount or anything, but I think for players, man, that's what they want. It's the one thing you can't. I mean, you can control all the things that you're doing, but you can't control what the franchise is doing. And when you see a young guy like Cal Raleigh and Julio and just the JP and the way that they're building this team, I would think for him, I don't think at the end of the season he's going to be looking around going, okay, where else could I go?
I hope that's true. I think the best selling point would be a long run in the postseason.
Yeah.
Because if he gets a chance, and they got it a bit during this homestand, some packed buildings, some electric crowds out there, and again, they've all commented on it. This is not me just saying that, or it's a Mariners talking point. You've heard every player come out there and just go, man, the fans, it was electric. I mean, Brash was out there talking about how his adrenaline was just cooking when he went out there.
Did you see him the other night? Oh my God, I thought he was going to explode.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are impacted by you, the fans. That's a real thing, and I think when you're a team that doesn't really have that often, and it's starting to happen, and they're certainly taking notice. They're telling you, like, man, this building, this has been great. And they're like, hey, come out again. This is huge for us. It's a big deal to those players to have those stands full. And if they make a deep run in the playoffs, they get some home playoff games here, and he gets a chance to play in front of the fans like that on multiple nights, I think that goes a long way into selling him.
Well, and all three of us were at two of the walk-off games, right? We had the Dom Canzone single the other day before the football game, and then we had the JP homer. I mean, and that place just went crazy. So I gotta imagine, Gino obviously knows all about it and what it's all about, but for Naylor, I think there's a good thing going right now.
All right. Coming up, Ichiro showed off his comedy skills once again on Saturday night. You'll hear about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here, and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live here in the Pacific Northwest in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 23 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. And most recently, it's been our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and it's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray from Harley Exteriors came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local. They're huge fans of our sports teams and big listeners to the station. And better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington, and they're designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate, and that means cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. So look up Harley Exteriors for your next window replacement, and in August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. So call 833-HARLEY, that's 833-HARLEY, or just go to harleyexteriors.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
It's back to school time again, and parents are pretty stressed out.
Can you blame us? The supply list, the sign-ups, the scheduling.
At least haircuts are easy at Great Clips.
It's true. With the Great Clips app, I checked him in before we left home, so we were in and out in no time.
I got a great haircut, and Mom got to check something off the to-do list. She really loves that.
Back to school can be a lot, but haircuts are easy at Great Clips. Download the app today.
Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Not a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Free consultations, no-fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details, on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
The Seahawks had the day off on Friday, day after their first preseason game. Then on Saturday, after practice, it was mentioned to Mike McDonald that people were observing that Seahawks practice seemed a little more intense than usual, and McDonald was very excited to hear that.
I like hearing that. It's pretty cool. No, our guys are awesome. I mean, we understand. What's cool is, like, as a team, we know what we're trying to achieve. As individuals, as like position units, and everyone's kind of pushing their goals in their room too. All three phases are, in the middle of trying to figure out who we're going to be, you know, and who's going to play what. And so there's a lot of great battles, and our coaches are bringing a lot of energy every day. And there's always something at stake, you know, and any opportunity you have to come out here and be with our guys, I mean, it's just, especially in this setting, it's just, I mean, how can you not be fired up by that?
There's a movie, I can't come up with it. I swear it's Will Ferrell, where he's up at like a press conference and he's like, somebody says like, hey, that was really good. He's like, oh, you saw that? That's awesome, right? I'm trying to remember. Anyway, that's what Mike McDonald sounds like. He's like, oh, really? You noticed that, huh? Oh, that's cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a Will Ferrell movie where he said something like that. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure he does love hearing that it seems intense, and he wants that aggression and that intensity out there.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he's like, maybe he was just taken aback by it, or that
somebody actually noticed.
He felt it. Yeah. So, I mean, it's cool. There's a lot to like with Mike McDonald's coaching style. He really, you know, like, he's never in a bad mood, really. He's very steady, you know, as far as like the way he answers questions. And I haven't seen him snap yet or anything like that. And then he's just, the way that he delivers the message is very upfront. And he just, I don't know, man. He's crushing it. He's very young. He's got, and I'm sure he'll learn something every year, but at age 37, he's got a lot of learning left. I mean, you know, he's one of these guys that could possibly be a coach in the NFL until he's like in his 60s.
Look at Pete. He could be in his 70s doing that. But yeah, he I think he's had a huge impact on these guys, and I hope that translates to Darnold. That's still the one question mark. That was the biggest question mark coming in.
Yeah.
And it's probably the least. There's the least amount of clarity so far. We've seen a lot of different things in practice. We saw some in that first preseason game about the O-line and the run game and all that. Darnold, still a major mystery.
Sweeping the dial.
We know Ken Griffey Jr. has turned into quite the photographer in his post-playing career, so we knew about that career. But Ichiro gave him another job title on Saturday night.
I would like to begin by quoting my favorite philosopher, George Kenneth Griffey Jr. I'm damn proud to be a Seattle Mariner. Just like him, I realized by going away, there really is no place like home. So yes, I also am damn proud to be a Seattle Mariner.
That's so cool. I love that. I like to quote my favorite philosopher, George Kenneth Griffey Jr. Jr.'s like just smiling, got his face in his hands, just like, what's he going to say here? It was a very funny moment, but what a great message, you know, just, I had to go away to understand what I had here, and there's no place like home. And damn proud to be a Mariner.
You know, he's one of those guys I kind of like, I wish I could have been his teammate. You know, because like at this point in his life, he's not letting anybody else in. Probably like
circle's closed.
You got enough friends, right?
I don't need any more friends.
So, but yeah, I mean, it seems like everyone who knows him, but is just honored to be a friend. But you know, we were talking about the thing that Charlie Furbush told us about, because I just was looking up like randomly his height and weight. So he's 5'11". He's like 165. You don't think he's 5'11"?
I don't think so.
That's what what they came up, the geniuses on the internet.
Yeah, I'm sure they gave him an extra inch and a half.
What about the $170? You think
that's probably? I mean, you've seen him. He's still totally cut. He's very lean. And in great shape. And he doesn't look like. I mean, he's not a big dude.
And he's not like me, a human garbage disposal. So I'm sure he's watching what he eats. But
he did eat a hot dog, though. He brought that up about eating a hot dog with his wife.
That's right.
He brought that up again, and then they showed him up in the booth, or wherever he was in the suite or wherever he was at with her, and they were eating a hot dog.
Yeah.
So that was kind of cool.
And she's probably thinking, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever tasted in my life.
She's like, how long is the camera on? Because I'm going to spit this out.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, Cal set the tone of that series, maybe even the weekend on Friday night with the 8th inning go-ahead 3-run homer off of prize deadline acquisition Griffin Jax, and he broke down how he had success in that at-bat.
Yeah, he's a really good pitcher. one of the better, I think, in the league. So just looking, really just started out getting a good count. So was able to lay off some tough pitches and just looking for something in the heart of the plate, kind of up, and I was able to adjust to the breaking ball.
Yeah, he put that
good to see him come back.
Yeah.
It's good to have him back.
He put that in a way that it was like, yeah, he's a really good pitcher. Like, he's kind of building himself up, but he was just giving him his props, right?
Yeah.
And I like hearing him, kind of break it down and how he got it. I wonder if that's, maybe Shannon can ask him that. Do you have like a list of pitchers that well, for example, it's only one play, but like when I picked off Dan Marino, it's like you remember that one. Like,
oh yeah.
Wow. So I'm wondering if he has certain pitchers that he
like
took
Verlander or big name pitchers. Yeah.
But I mean, for Cal, it's like there's lots of names on that list.
Yeah.
As far as the pitchers that he's taken deep, so
he's
better start writing them down.
Kicking butt, taking more names.
Yeah.
So great to see. That was a huge, huge moment. All right, coming up, we get him a day early this week. El Hombre, Michael Bradley, is going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
With preseason game 1 in the books.
Here's Milroe rolling out to the right side and throws a dart.
The work continues going into the final week of training camp. Whose stock is on the rise?
Jalen played well.
Who's on the bubble?
Oots can run for a 270-pounder.
Nobody has the Seahawks covered like Seattle Sports.
You felt the line of scrimmage. You felt the physicality.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
On 710, the Seattle Sports app and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
Hey friends, Stacy here. Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of their great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles. Also, large discounts on their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell a car? Wayscar Ford's vehicle profit sharing plan is the best deal out there. They purchase your car and pay you right up front. Then, when Wayscar Ford resells your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there's absolutely no games, no gimmicks, and no pressure. That's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile no questions asked return policy on absolutely every vehicle they sell. Change your mind for any reason, bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. So if you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key, no-pressure experience, and a full 5-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee, Wayscar Ford is the place to go. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com. Wayscarford.com.
Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precore's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender
have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners have the day off today as they travel to Baltimore to begin their 9-game road series. 3 games in Baltimore. They begin there. That'll happen tomorrow. You can catch it all right here on Seattle Sports, 7:10. Meanwhile, games going on right now. The Phillies and Reds knotted up at 1 apiece. That one in the top of the 8th in Cincinnati, top of the 4th in New York. Yankees out to a 3-0 lead over the Twins. Tigers over the White Sox right now, 1-0 in Chicago, top of the 2nd, bottom of the 1st in Milwaukee. The Brewers up 1-0 on the Pirates. Nationals shutting out the Royals right now, top of the 2nd in Kansas City. No score between the Cardinals and the Rockies in the top of the 2nd. The game we're going to be keeping our eye on will get underway in about 10 minutes when the Astros begin their series with the Boston Red Sox, who are in town.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee?
What?
El Hombre.
That was a catastrophe.
I know.
That's a new low.
Yeah.
Roz is better.
El Hombre.
The natural meets Rudy meets. I don't even know how to describe it.
El Hombre.
You get them a day early, everybody, as we get a short show tomorrow because the Mariners playing on the East Coast in Baltimore. So he has graciously agreed to shift his schedule and join us today on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He is the one, the only El Hombre. Michael Bradley is here with us. How are you, man?
This just into the newsroom. Those Philadelphia Phillies have taken a 2-1 lead over the Cincinnati Redlegs on a single by Trey Turner that plated Weston Wilson, who's double, brought in Dos Sosa. So great stuff going on here for those Phils who've won 5 out of 6.
Yeah, well, hopefully they hit the skids when the Mariners come to town here on this road trip. So
I'll be at the game next Monday, 11 rows behind home plate. Every time a left-handed hitter comes up, look for me because you'll see me.
We don't need you to just berate them the way you do regular opposition comes to town. We need you to play nice, okay?
No, I want to see the big dumper. I'd like the Phillies to be up like 8-0 and then have him hit a home run.
Or how about the Mariners up 8-0 and he's already hit a couple home runs
there?
Yeah.
I would not appreciate that.
Yeah. Hey, we were just watching an old-timer game out here, and Bob was telling me that Mariano Rivera snapped his Achilles.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, you play in all those turkey bowls. How is it that you haven't snapped an Achilles, my man?
Well, first off, he was playing the outfield. What the heck was he doing out in the outfield? This is a guy who would pitch 1 inning, 4 innings a week at the most.
He was notorious for that as a player, though, that he loved shagging fly balls.
Well, let's put it this way. Here's the thing. Don't jinx me on the Achilles. I stretched my Achilles probably more than any other part of my body except my back. I broke my ankle last year. I was walking around for a month on a broken fibula that they said that the quack doctor said was a tendon, partially torn tendon. Would have killed a lesser man. So I'm working my way back, trying to get ready for November.
That's a long ways away from your heart, El Hombre.
Would have killed a lesser man. Oh, yeah. They didn't. That injury didn't know what he was dealing with in El Hombre here.
I had a big defensive tackle who stomped on my toe the day before in a walkthrough, the day before a game, and I was like complaining about it, and he made me feel a lot better by saying that. Hey, it's a long ways away from your heart. I'm like, yeah, but my toe still hurts, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael, I don't imagine you probably saw any of it, but they retired Ichiro's number out here and had the ceremony this weekend, and he went up there and made a speech. I can't watch Ichiro or watch any of these celebrations without thinking of you, because you've talked about how he's like one of your all-time favorite players, and seeing the sort of the outpouring of respect from those not even attached to the Mariners organization. They had a big video presentation where it was Jeter, and it was David Ortiz, and it was Albert Pujols, and just,
yeah, baby. Sorry, 2-run dinger.
But just in him getting up and making the speech once again, and in his sense of humor, saying, "Hey, whose idea was it to have me make these two speeches in 1 week in English?" And just a great sense of humor, just a great credit to the game. You guys probably didn't catch much of that, did you, in the way of highlights or anything out there?
I didn't see a lot of the speech, but I saw, didn't Randy Johnson catch his first pitch in full catching gear?
He did yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, that was great. You're right. The great thing about Ichiro, and one of the reasons I loved him so much, first of all, when I went and saw him live the one time he came to Philadelphia, he ran so fast on just a regular ground ball to shortstop that he beat it out. And that right there showed me, all right, A, he's fast as you know what, but he plays that hard. He had so much grace, and he could do whatever he wanted. If he wanted to hit 30 home runs, he would have hit 30 home runs. But instead he said, I'm going to hit 360, or I'm going to have 260 hits. He is a very gracious person in terms of his the way he respects the game and his fellow players. I can't get enough of him. And I love, you see things like where he shows up now and hits, throws the ball and knocks over stuff, 5 times or whatever, or he hits home runs with little league games and whatever. He's just got so much going for him. And you guys are very lucky that you got a chance to see him play regularly.
Well, we see him every time we're out at the field because he's around the team in full uniform. He's out there shagging fly balls. He's out there pitching. He's out there. I mean, it's like he's on the roster. He's 51 years old. And Dave and I joke about it. Dave thinks it's a little odd. I love it.
I think it's a little crazy.
Yeah, he thinks he's crazy. I just love that he loves the game. That this guy he's financially, as far as I know, he could do whatever he wants, wherever he wants, and never lift a finger the rest of his life. Yet he's out there every day like a guy who's paid to be on the roster, and he just loves baseball that much.
And look, you're talking to someone who, when people say, I was at a wedding recently with some friends of my wife, and guys were talking about retirement. And I said, I'm not retiring. And the guy looks at me and goes, "Oh, you're one of those." I said, "Yeah, I love what I do. I don't want to be a was." And so I don't know if I told you this a couple of weeks ago. By the way, Ichiro made $167 million during his career in salary, so I think he's okay.
Yeah, that doesn't include endorsements and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, he's not eating a lot of beans. So, but a couple of weeks ago, I went up to Pingree School in central New Jersey and spoke to a 90-year-old man who's entering his 66th year as the head soccer coach there.
Wow.
He's also the assistant to the head of school. And if they say to him, "Look, we need you to go to San Francisco to talk to some alumni and try to raise some money," he goes. He's 90.
That's amazing.
Ichiro can shag flies till he's 100. He gets to put on a uniform every day and goof around with the guys in the locker room. That's the best thing in the whole world. Why wouldn't you want to do that? I want to do that.
Just start me off with the $167 million, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, it's the old thing Steve Martin used to say: how to make $1 million and not pay any taxes. First, make $1 million. Second, don't pay any taxes. And when they come to you, say the two simplest words in the English language: I forgot. Anyway.
That's right. I forgot. One last thing on Ichiro, and I can't believe this story, but I've heard it so many times that he could have won home run derbies. And,
yes.
you know, you hear all these stories about him in the batting cage and everything, but, you know, we were just looking at maybe he's 5'11", I don't know, maybe 5'10", but like a $165 or 70 or whatever. But it's incredible because, you know, we heard, who was that the other day that was like, hey, I was going out to the batting cage and this guy, I could hear all this noise out there. Like, who is that? And then you see it's Ichiro. But yeah, to me, I'm not sure where that power comes from, but that was one of the more amazing Ichiro stories I think I heard over the weekend.
It's the pure swing. Have you ever seen? I got a friend who's a golfer. He's about 5'7", weighs nothing. You know, he's like Rudy. You're 5 foot nothing, 100 nothing. But his swing, his golf swing, is so perfect that he hits the ball 9 miles, and that's the way it is with Ichiro. There's no wasted energy. There's a perfect swing plane. He hits the ball where it is, and he follows through the right way. Mike Schmidt used to swing down on the ball.
Yeah.
It was almost like a golfer. He was hitting it with a reverse spin, and he hit 500 and whatever home runs. So it's just when you can do it perfectly, you can hit the ball wherever the heck you want.
By the way, does Giancarlo Stanton have the ugliest swing in baseball or not?
I don't know his swing well enough. I don't pay enough attention to the junior circuit to know.
It's like he's chopping a tree. It's so rigid and
it's very simple.
I hate his swing, but hey, the guy's
making a lot of money.
He's making a lot of money. He's hitting home runs. He hit one today, and every time he swings the bat, I marvel at it because it just looks awkward, like a guy that didn't grow up playing baseball, but obviously he's a brilliant player. So, hey, when it comes to preseason football, Michael, how much do you read into anything, whether it's good or bad? If it's your team, you're looking at a specific player and he's had a great game preseason-wise or a bad game, are you throw it away or are you reading into that?
Well, I mean, obviously, Shedeur Sanders is going to the Hall of Fame.
Well, that was leading to that. That's where I was getting to.
I just thought I'd cut through the crap. But no, look, I will watch any football, okay? If there's like the 8-year-olds are scrimmaging near my house, I'll walk over and watch just because I'm an addict. You know, I'm watching rebroadcasts of like Kent State against Western Michigan from last year just because I can't wait until we get real football. But you put your stock in what's going on in practice. You put your stock, and it's mostly reserves at this time of year, and you want to see who looks good, who's playing the way they're supposed to. And with quarterbacks, can you manage the game? Can you get them in and out of the huddle? What happens if they throw a blitz at you? Are you able to check down? How long do you stare down your receiver when you're making your second or third read? So that's what I care about. You know, if there's a battle at the left guard spot, yeah, who looks good? If there's a young receiver who's shown out really well in practice, let's see what he does when he's got to go against somebody else he doesn't know. But, yeah, I mean, these days, preseason football is ridiculous. There's 3 games. The starters maybe play a total of 20 plays throughout the entire thing. And that third game, man, that's like semi-pro. That's like the mean machine against the guards.
Yeah, you got a bunch of guys trying to make the team, right? And
it's a longest yard reference for our listeners that don't know what that meant.
Yes.
The last chance. Hey, a guy that stands out in the preseason now is Andy Reid. I don't know if he did this when he was in Philly, but you see him like putting Patrick Mahomes out there in the first series of the first preseason game. Did he do that when he was in Philadelphia as well?
Oh, yeah. Maybe not the first. You know, yeah, he'd put guys in for a series, maybe 2 in the first game. Second game, the starters would play the first half.
Yeah.
And then, you know, back then there were 4. Third game, they might play even another, you know, maybe not everybody plays. And then the fourth game, nobody played. But back, you know, when Reid coached the Eagles, you still had starters playing half the game in the second and third preseason games.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's not scared. You can't coach scared. So last year I saw Patrick Mahomes get tackled, and I was like, I think anybody else would freak out if they saw in the very first preseason game, and I think it was the first series, he ends up getting tackled. But can you believe that there used to be 6 preseason games? I mean, that was
and
ridiculous.
By the way, when I'm eating lunch here at the World headquarters during the summer when I'm not teaching, I watch old This Week in Pro Football videos from the 1970s. And there's nothing better than like the first week of 1971 when Pat Summerall is reflecting on the 5-1 preseason that the Cardinals had. And it's like, Cardinals had a 5-1 because they played everybody then, all 6 games. This wasn't, Reserve-a-Palooza. You started your quarterback and he played the whole game and you tried to win it.
Didn't it? Wasn't it? I mean, recently in the third game, wasn't it? They'd have the starters play the first half and then come out for the second half, so that they'd get used to that rest period.
Yep.
And then play the first series.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to practice how to come out of the halftime.
That's right.
I can imagine. Okay, why do we need to go through this? Yeah, that was.
The world champion Eagles played the Bengals in their first game, and the Bengals played their starters for at least 2 series. I mean, Joe Burrow is throwing at Jamar Chase against the Eagles' second-string defense, and that was by design because the last couple of years they've gotten off to such bad starts that they've decided that they're going to let these guys get some real game action before they end up going out for the first game of the season.
So how would you like to see your team handle that? Are you of Dave's belief, like, look, you can't play scared, you got to get these guys reps, or are you, hey, wrap these guys in bubble wrap until the games count?
No, I think they've got to get out there and play some. Now, granted, it's a 17-game season, and you can withstand a 1-2 or 1-3 start because you have so darn many games left. But at the same time, you don't want to get to the point where you fall behind. And now, okay, we make the playoffs, but you lose home field. You want to come out and play well early. So, I want to see – Tanner McKee had a great game against the Bengals. He had the highest rating of any quarterback in the first week of the preseason. And some of the dopes on sports talk radio around here, like, you should start instead of Hurts. Passer, not a runner.
Wait, the hosts were saying that or the callers?
Oh, no. Some of the callers.
Okay.
None of the hosts are that stupid, But you don't have to pass an IQ test to get on sports talk radio as a guest. As a host, as a guest, you do. You got to be part of Mensa to be a guest, but to be a host. So anyway, I think I would like to see Jalen Hurts play a couple series in the second preseason game.
Maybe there should be a preseason for the Turkey Bowl.
No, that would end up in too many injuries, pulled hamstrings and everything.
Yeah.
Plus the alcohol consumption would be prohibitive, so it would be a problem.
There'd be half availability for the actual Turkey Bowl. There would be a lot of people.
And you'd have the wives. It's funny. We stand there after the game, and we get to the bar before the game at about 8:30, and by the time we're home, it's 2:00, right? So it's a total of 5.5 hours, right? Mm-hmm. And that's all we're asking. And we get treated like we've just escaped from prison, right? It's like Andy Dufresne, right? And Andy we went 5.5 hours to be stupid again, okay? And it's like we're criminals.
The wives are beckoning you home?
Oh, goodness gracious. The best is when they used to have the payphone there, and the phone would ring at around 1:30, 1:45. And it was one by one. The guys were being summoned home.
One wife after another calling.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Are you guys done?
The best ever was the guy who his wife called him. They were hosting like 15 people. It was about 2:00, and he hadn't left yet. And you could see him, you could see his back. His back was to us in the phone booth, and he was just shaking his head. He walked out. He's like, "I got to go," and somebody just said, "One more beer." And he's like, "No, I got to go." And then we all started chanting, "One more beer." So what did he do? Of course, he had to have another beer.
Of course, he came back.
So now, anytime anybody tries to leave early, they get the one more beer chant.
I love it. What a great tradition. That's beautiful. This
will be 51 years.
51 years of this.
Incredible.
Game. That is incredible. My goodness. And the Schwantegos out there still being handed out every year?
Absolutely. The Schwantego was given out, and I did not get it. So last time I got it was 2007. It's been 18 years. It's been a long time. Some might say I'm due.
Yeah. That's wait. Is it a padded pink toilet seat or is it?
Heck no. What padded? Seriously, we all have tender backsides? No, it's a real old-fashioned. Buy it at the hardware store for $19.99, and it's just the top of it. It's not the whole. It's not like the whole thing. It's just the top.
Okay.
And it gets displayed prominently in the winner's home.
In the bar. No. We now have the bar that we go to. We've got it up on the top of the bar next to all these old trophies from who knows what. There's a big toilet seat up there.
Does it have your name next to it if you were the guy?
You got to sign it if you're on. I mean, we don't put like a placket, but if you're the guy who is the Schwantego, you got to sign it and put your year. Yeah.
Oh man,
I think there's a lot of Wyman and Bob listeners that are going to make a pilgrimage to that bar. What's the bar?
Roach and O'Brien. It's the best. It's a great dive. It's in the middle of the main line. So if those of you don't know, the main line is the hoity-toity suburbs, the old money. And it's like right next door to a Lexus dealership and across the street from a jeweler that sells Rolex watches. And it's a great dive. Now, the guy who owned it, Franny O'Brien, for a long time, he died, and he used to be able to smoke in there, and it was a lot divier. They've tarted it up a little bit now, and it's not, as I say to people, though, new Roaches is better than no Roaches because people complain. But it was one of the all-time great dives.
Nice.
It's one of 4 bars that I go into it's one of 4 bars that I go into in my area where I just sit down and they put a cold Bud Heavy in front of me.
Yeah, well, I think any bar willing to hang a pink toilet seat up on display tells you about what kind of bar it is. So there you go. Perfect. He is El Hombre, Michael Bradley, with us each and every week. You find him here generally Tuesdays at 5 p.m. unless we're preempted by the Mariners. You can find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre. At Daily Hombre on Twitter. Michael, we appreciate you, my friend. We'll do it again next week.
So long, suckers.
It's got to be a great bar. Walk in, order a drink, see a big toilet seat up there.
Well, and you got to love that if you sit down that they know what your order is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like a Cheers scene there. But
51 years, I don't know if they've been going to that bar that long, but I assume probably decades at least they've been going to that bar.
At Stanford, there was this place, you know what a Quonset hut is? It's like a half pipe kind of. It's like a military building.
Mm-mm.
It looks literally like a pipe got cut in half and placed on the ground.
Oh, okay.
And it was called the Old Pro, and it was Dick and Betty were the owners, and I don't even think they were married. But they just and that was the place that we went, and it was
dive.
It was a dive bar,
Yeah.
and loved it.
Yeah,
loved it.
Yeah, there's more love for dive bars, it seems, than hey, this place is really classy. You got to go there. It's so nice, and you got to get dressed up.
You heard of the Central Tavern in Kirkland? And I don't know, they might have like spruced up a little bit, but that used to be a place. And I always tell the story that I walked in there with Boz and Dave Craig one time, and everybody turned and looked, and then just turned back to their beer like, who gives a crap?
Yeah, you're nobody here, boys.
Yeah, and so I loved that. My wife bought me a beer there on our first date, and
That's when you knew it was a match made in heaven.
Love that place. So, I got a lot of appreciation for the dive bars.
Yeah, well, that sounds like a good one. You see a pink toilet seat hanging up, you know what kind of establishment you're in right there.
Schwantego?
The Schwantego. It's signed. Oh, all right. There you go. Hey, by the way, our coverage of Seahawks training camp is brought to you by The Landing in Renton. We will be out there tomorrow I think that's our final day out there, is it not?
Yeah. Say goodbye.
It kind of went fast, didn't it?
Yeah.
We didn't experience any extreme heat or anything.
Tomorrow we will. Tomorrow's supposed to be up around 90.
Hightail it inside like a bunch of little babies.
Well,
we're running in there.
What time's the pregame start tomorrow?
2:30.
2:30. So we got a 30-minute show.
Oh, okay.
So you can handle about 30 minutes outside.
30
and then an
minutes.
interview.
Yeah.
30
I believe
minutes
in you, Dave.
So we're headed out there.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. So.
It's different because it used to be when Pete was there, we would be there long after training camp was technically done.
Yeah.
We would be out there where there's no fans, and we were out there every day for the rest of the summer, it felt like, until the season started.
Yeah.
Sweating our tails off every day out there.
Yeah. Remember our guy Matt Thomas used to bring us cold towels and fans and water.
You'd see Dave and I melting and just offer to help us out. So that was always great stuff. By the way, I think I just saw it at the corner of the TV there. Somebody for Boston hit a home run, and they're up 2-0 on the Astros.
Oh, I didn't want to tell you. It's going to give you complicated feelings. It's Alex Bregman.
Oh,
I can live with it. I just need the Astros to lose.
All right.
We all need the Astros to lose. So as conflicted as it is, and as dirty as it makes me feel, go Boston. Go Bregman. Ugh, that felt
Man,
weird.
I'll tell you what, since they've been in the mix, the Boston, I haven't seen our guy Ian at all.
Yeah.
I mean, has he been banned from the
I think he went into hiding once the Mariners overtook the Red Sox for the #1 wild card spot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I haven't seen him either. That's a shame. All right, coming up, Mariners have emerged as one of the best teams in baseball because of one key portion of the lineup. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs, and it's only on Seattle Sports.
The pitch swung on. That's roped. Left field line towards the pole. Back-to-back jacks. Cal Raleigh, Julio.
Up next, a long 9-game East Coast road trip. Tomorrow afternoon, it's the first of 3 against the Orioles in Baltimore.
First pitch at 3:35. Pregame at 2:30.
On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Well, I've seen your texts anytime we talk about this, and I know some of you can relate to some chronic pain you may have going on, and depending on where it is in your body, it can be worse than others. You heard Dave and I just talking about our own injuries. I had a bad hip situation. 14 years of jiu-jitsu kind of took its toll on my body and my hip. I had a torn labrum, a frayed tendon, some arthritis, an inflamed bursa sac, all kinds of things going on there. So I went to go see Dr. Mark Wagner, medical doctor at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. I'd heard Dave talking about it and talking about hearing the testimonials from people, and more importantly, I didn't want to go through surgery if I didn't have to. So I said, let me go talk to him, see what he says about my situation. He took a look at all the imaging, and he was very upfront. Said, look, this isn't going to cure everything you've got going in there. A lot of things are happening there, but it's going to go a long way in helping. So I went for it. 90-minute procedure, and it is night and day. It used to hurt just to walk for long periods of time. Had a hard time sleeping, getting comfortable on a bed. All of that has been rectified in a huge way, and it is almost 100%. And I'm back to doing and working out and sparring, doing those things I'd love to do before that kicked in. And I've heard a lot of people, read texts from people saying they've had that same kind of situation, whether it was their elbow, their shoulder, their hip, their ankle. Dr. Wagner is who you want to go talk to. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience performing more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. So whether you've got severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, they get back to doing what they enjoy doing without pain and without surgery. So again, whether it's a shoulder, a hip like I had, an elbow, ankle, whatever it is, before surgery, go see Dr. Mark Wagner. Head to drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Jet City Harley. 600 new Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Jet City Harley. Visit jetcityharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fee. See dealer for details.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Summer can be the best time of the year, but if it's not feeling good in your house, if it's turning into an oven, some of the problems might be because you don't have enough insulation in your crawl space or attic. In fact, many homes in our region have damaged insulation or even none at all. Yeah, it's Mike Salk here, and you got to get somebody to check on it. That's why you call Crawl Pros. They'll come out and do a full corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic. And if it turns out that you've got a problem with your insulation, and maybe that's leading to bigger energy bills, guess what? Local utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of getting your house properly insulated. In fact, if you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to get your attic properly insulated. Yep, 95%. Call Crawl Pros if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic. Schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to El Hombre Michael Bradley, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, you can find that on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, the Mariners have been rolling. They've got the night off after a 10-game homestand, of which they win 9-1, which was amazing. So we'll see if they can carry that mojo onto the road, where they've been a good team on the road. And we'll see if they can handle business starting tomorrow in Baltimore. By the way, looking at one question we didn't get a chance to get to, looking at how this team has responded since the trade deadline, do you think that sends a message to ownership? Like, you know what? You take that big step for us, we take it for you. And not that it's a quid pro quo, but just seeing the impact of bringing in impact players, not fringe players or players that used to be good that are now 35 years old, 36 years old. You bring in, I know Gino's older, but he's a guy that has an absolute presence in that clubhouse and was an absolute win for that clubhouse. They love him. So that was huge. He was the most prominent bat available. You went out and got him. You bring in a first baseman who's in his prime, who was probably the second most prominent bat that was thought to be available out there. And you've seen the way this team's responded, and you brought in help for the bullpen, not to sleep on Caleb Ferguson. So seeing the way this team has responded to that, I'm wondering if that message gets through.
Yeah,
just moving forward.
The first guy I thought of was Cal. Because, he was the one at the end of the year that was talking about, hey, we need to get some help. We need to be aggressive. We need to know that that ownership and the franchise is backing us up, and loved it. And he did go 139 so far in August, but he had 3 home runs in a row and had 10 RBIs.
Yeah, those numbers are going to change by the end of August.
Yeah.
So July was rough. August got off to his rough start, but I believe he's back now. I think he's relaxed.
Yeah.
He's in his groove again. 3 home runs in 3 consecutive games, 8 RBI in those 3 games.
Yeah.
Julio in his last 7 games, 10 hits, 4 home runs, 8 runs driven in. His slash line he's hitting 345, 387 on base, 759 slug, 1146 OPS.
Yeah.
And then you throw in Naylor in the mix. In his 15 games with the Mariners, he's got a hit in 11 of those games, at least 1 hit in 11 of those games. He's got 4 home runs and 11 stolen bases.
Yeah, and I'm sure in the ones where he doesn't, he makes up for it in other ways, right? Or whether it's a spectacular play. I'm just trying to think of, okay, he did the splits. He did one where, remember, he had to do the quick foot down.
Yeah.
And then there was another one where he tagged a guy in the baseline because it wasn't an errant throw, but it was one that he
Not
handled.
on the mark.
Huh?
It wasn't
Not
on the mark.
Yeah. And, I mean, I think he's done that, 3 or 4 times. And then you mentioned the steals and hits, and I love watching him play.
Yeah, I mean, you throw in those 3 guys who are right there in the middle of your lineup. Those are the guys you count to produce, along with Rosarena, who's your leadoff guy right now, who's been going well. We talked about the bottom of the order has been going well. I mean, you don't. There were moments early in the season, I think we can all agree, where depending on who the hitter was, at least I was as a Mariner fan going, this isn't out. This isn't out. I just didn't have faith in this guy at that time or this guy at that time. And some of them are the same guys that aren't really playing much right now. And Dylan Moore and Solano and to a lesser extent Garver, who's going to play because Cal needs days off behind the plate.
And you don't feel that way now.
No, I do when they're in the lineup, but when they're not in the lineup.
No, I'm talking about the lineup that they have now. I mean, we talked about it 6 through 9. Dom, Polo, JP, Cole Young. I mean,
who steps up there now where you feel like I wish this wasn't the guy up here right now. I don't have that feeling about anybody. I feel like they're all going to do something. Whether it's not that they're all. It's not the same feeling you have when Cal or Julio are up there where you're like, this guy can leave the park any second. But they're just that. They're going to do something good here. Something positive is going to come, whether they make that pitcher work and it turns into a walk, or even the 17-pitch at-bat from JP. Yeah, technically he didn't win that battle, that war, but he kind of won the battle. He made the guy throw 17 pitches.
Yeah.
And even Ryan is telling you from a pitcher's perspective, once you get 7, 8 pitches, you won. The batter won. So
he was talking about just trying to throw the guy, groove one for him. Like, dude, come on,
just hit it, put it in play.
Yeah.
I'm done with this guy.
Exactly.
But so 1 through 9, it's been amazing to watch what they've been doing, and it starts with a guy that's carried you all season in Cal Raleigh on Friday night with a 3-run home run in the 8th inning.
And now the 2-0 pitch. The Cal swinging a drive deep to right center field. Peters going back, looking up. Goodbye baseball. Cal did it. Number 43 on the season. Holy smokes, that ties him for 3rd all-time by a catcher in a single season. That's also number 35 as a catcher. He has just tied the American League record for home runs by a catcher, joining Ivan Rodriguez back in 1999. And oh, by the way, Cal just gave the Mariners a 3-2 lead in this ball game. Number 43 on the season. How about that? Cal Raleigh keeps them coming.
Yeah, I think if you look at who's he trying to catch at catcher again?
Perez.
Salvador Perez. And I want to say Sal, a lot higher percentage of the home runs, which is it's 48 for him, were as a DH.
Yeah.
I think a lot of Cals have been as catcher. But, you asked that question, like, who's a guy that when he comes up to the plate, I mean, I guess Jorge Polanco a little bit but he's been very streaky.
Yeah.
But right now, I mean, he's performing the last 9 games. He's a home run, 3 RBIs, 6 walks.
Yeah, I feel like something is going to – it doesn't mean it happens, certainly. Every one of these guys fails more than they succeed, right? If you're hitting 300, you're failing 7 of 10 times.
Right.
So but I just feel there's just a different level of confidence when they come up to the plate that they're going to do something. Something good's going to happen here. And it helps when you're big bats like Cal are going and Julio. He goes 2 home runs in Saturday's game. Here's number 2.
Here's Julio. The pitch. Swung on. That's roped. Left field line towards the pole. And that gets out. It's gone. It sneaks over the wall. Back-to-back jacks. Cal Raleigh. Julio, his second of the day. And the celebration is on here at T-Mobile Park. This place has erupted.
That was cool because they were still buzzing over Cal's home run. He had just crossed the plate. He's in the midst of his in the dugout celebration where he's high-fiving and he's doing his little kind of shuffle that he does through there. And then Julio laces, I think it was the first pitch, laces it. And that thing that was a laser out to left field. So they were still celebrating Cal, and another ball leaves the yard. And it was just a beautiful game, beautiful night. And then Julio just talking about how much it meant to have a game like that on a night where Ichiro was being honored.
I mean, man, like I was so excited, to do it tonight, here, like back to the crowd, and like you said, his jersey retirement, that was awesome, I can't explain it with words, honestly.
Yeah, it was, and I think historically, when you've gone back and looked when they've had these ceremonies for honoring a former player, whether it's a retirement or just being entered into the Mariners Hall of Fame, whatever it is, the record hasn't been great. It hasn't been great, and that night there was a little trepidation, like, okay, they're going to come through and pull out a big win, and they did. They did. So it just sort of capped off a brilliant homestand, a brilliant celebration of Ichiro, where the Mariners, as they always do, they just crushed those things. The way they put it together, every part of it, I thought was just spot on. They just nailed it, and it was the perfect capper to it. It was just a beautiful weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to think of, since I've been here at this station, like going back to 2011 or 12, whenever we started here, I don't remember seeing a more complete. And we talked about that going back to 2015 with Jerry DiPoto, but I mean, it just there's no gaping holes in their lineup, and I don't know. I mean, like the bullpen can always go south for a little while or whatever, and then if they get overtaxed, whatever. I mean, I guess that can always happen, but I don't know. I feel like in the lineup, like, okay, a couple 3 go cold for a while, we're okay.
Yeah, you got 6 other guys there. Yeah, it's deeper. There aren't obvious dead spots in there. It doesn't mean they can't. Look, we saw it against the White Sox. There were the games offense wasn't rolling, but they were. That to me was even more impressive, as we talked about, that they found a way when things weren't clicking, still able to grind out wins, and that's what good teams do. All right, we learned some important history about one of the most sacred traditions in sports. That's in What We Learn. I'm trying to figure out what that means.
I know what it is.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll all learn together. Dave already knows, but we'll find out what that means. What we learned coming your way.
No, I'm kidding.
Coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. Seattle Sports on 710.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs, and it's only on Seattle Sports.
The pitch swung on. That's roped. Left field line towards the pole. Back-to-back jacks. Cal Raleigh. Julio.
Up next, a long 9-game East Coast road trip. Tomorrow afternoon, it's the first of 3 against the Orioles in Baltimore.
First pitch at 3:35. Pregame at 2:30.
On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here. I want to tell you about one of the best decisions I've made in a long time, maybe one of the best in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest, by the way. So King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. Freedom from glasses, contacts, readers, and more specifically, and even better, cataracts. Now, if you're somebody like me who struggled with up-close reading, I couldn't read what I'm reading right now, as a matter of fact. I can read this without glasses. I had readers in every room of my home. I had to bring them into a restaurant with me so I could read the menu, read the receipt. If you're struggling with that, or maybe you've got distance vision problems, this is something that could be a long-time permanent solution for you. K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect and permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing readers. And here's the cherry on top. You're never going to develop a cataract. That's the beauty of the whole thing. quick procedure, painless, and it is paid off in a huge way. So whether it's LASIK, EVO, ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors with all of the experience and data to recommend the very best procedure for you. Schedule your free, operative word being free, Zoom consultation today. Head to K2VisionRLE.com. Again, K2VisionRLE.com. No readers, no glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package, or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details, you can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. Zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precor's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With advanced hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
This is a house of learned doctors. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
Sometimes stupidity is the easiest way out. We've certainly come to know and love that comment. But important history about one of the most sacred traditions in sports is what we learned about today.
Yeah, I think Dave was actually paying attention.
Yeah, how about that?
Oh,
look at Lefko with a shot across the bow.
You never do
there.
it to our guy Ryan Rowland-Smith, so I felt bad. But you figured this one out, Dave, right?
Yes.
What do you think this is?
I believe I did. I think we're talking about the Schwantago. We're talking about the Turkey Bowl.
You very much are correct. I think we've heard about it before. We've even seen a picture, but we didn't really know until today. But we learned kind of the resting place and some of the history behind the Schwantago.
The Schwantago was given out, and I did not get it. So last time I got it was 2007. It's been 18 years. It's been a long time. Some might say I'm due.
Yeah. That's wait. Is it a padded pink toilet seat, or is it?
Heck no. We're padded. Seriously, we all have tender backsides. No, it's a real old-fashioned. Buy it at the hardware store for $19.99, and it's just the top of it. It's not the whole. It's not like the whole thing. It's just the top.
Okay.
And it gets displayed prominently in the winner's home.
In the bar. No. We now have the bar that we go to. We've got it up on the top of the bar next to all these old trophies from who knows what. There's a big toilet seat up there.
Does it have your name next to it if you were the guy?
You got to sign it.
Can you imagine if you come home and say, honey, we're hanging this somewhere in our house? That's not going to go over well.
You say, I don't have a choice. Those are the rules. It's
Yeah.
going up.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's not. And that's why it ended up in a bar. So, I love it. He was quite offended by the padded part. I'm like, you're old. You old men out there, you need padded toilet seats.
He took a great offense to that. He's like, no, padded. Maybe pink. It's not padded.
Come across a padded toilet seat before?
I think
just
so.
Like, what in the world is going on here?
I feel like
I'm not here for a leisurely stay.
I feel like way back in the day at my grandparents' house that they might have had a padded seat or something.
Grandma grandpa thing.
Yeah.
Which I am, but we're not getting padded seats.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. What else did we learn?
Well, despite there only being 33 players that played in Major League Baseball who were born in Australia, we learned today that a guy from Australia doesn't even count Ryan Rowland-Smith as one of his favorite players.
Well, the beauty was, I tried to tee him up to compliment you. I said, well, you're from Australia. Why are you a Mariner fan? And I was teeing him up to say, well, this guy, Ryan Rowland-Smith, is a legend out there. And he goes, oh, well, I grew up playing MLB The Show and Ken Griffey Jr. And I was like, man, I was laying the softball out there for you to give this guy some props, but he missed it.
Yeah,
he missed it. But no,
he was very Australian. He was a bogan. He was a bogan. He was a bogan.
Oh, you got to coach him up, man. Coach him up.
I do.
Ryan Rowland-Smith. Yeah, that's the reason. He's a bogan. He's accusing someone else of being a bogan?
That's right. Yeah.
Come on. What's going on? It's not the Ryan I know.
Oh, that's so funny that I thought for sure he was going to point to Ryan. Because Ryan's nice enough to bring him up there, bring him as basically he's a fan. He brought him up to the broadcast booth. He's introducing him to everybody. And I thought he was going to say, well, this is the guy. No, it's Junior.
I like to see Ryan in a parenting situation with the kids when they start to annoy him, which they do. Okay, trust me. It'd be interesting to see him in that situation.
What do you think he would be like?
Well, I don't know. I mean, all we know is that he smashes pickleballs at his 6-year-old.
Well, apparently he says now that's in training him, the kid, to beat Lefko.
I love how he just passed that off.
Yeah.
Couldn't even play me himself after 2 years of trying to set up a game. Now he's passing it on to the younger generation.
Yeah, and I called him a 6-year-old. He goes, well, I mean, he's going on 7.
I just want to know how many shots it took for him on that video. because he had a recording him smashing the ball at his son. What if he's like, no, let's try it again. Let's do that again.
I love it.
What else did we learn?
Well, we learned that today, Dave, John Schneider is very disappointed in you.
There's a movie I can't come up with it. I swear it's Will Ferrell, where he's up at like a press conference and he's like, somebody says like, "Hey, that was really good." He's like, "Oh, you saw that? That's awesome, right?" I'm trying to remember. Somebody said, anyway, that's what Mike McDonald sounds like. He's like, "Oh, really? You noticed that, huh? Oh, that's cool. Thanks, man. Oh, you saw that? No way." Can't remember. Was it Blades of Glory? Somebody texted that in.
I don't know that movie well enough. It could be. I've seen that movie. I don't have it.
I don't know.
Memorized like Step Brothers.
I'd never heard a coach do that before. Oh, really? You thought that was cool too? Yeah, me too.
They thought it was subtle, and we picked up on it, or they picked up on it, I should say.
I like that about McDonald.
Did we learn anything else?
No, just another score update. Still 2-0 Boston.
Okay.
Alex Bregman has the home run, top of the third. So Alex Bregman, the difference right now.
Bob's favorite player.
Just my least favorite player, my two least favorite teams, and I got to root for one of them. Go Red Sox is how that's going. All right. Coming up, you heard a little snippet of him. You're going to hear it in its entirety. Our conversation with Rowland-Smith about what stood out in this Mariners 9-1 homestand and everything else in the Ichiro celebration. That's coming up with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch the cow, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
Seattle home prices, well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new insulation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues, they took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington and designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement. In August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park.
Welcome home.
The Mariners have a great slate of marquee interleague matchups down the home stretch. The Padres August 25th to 27th, Cardinals September 8th to 10th, and Dodgers September 26th to 28th. Plus, during all 3 games of the Cardinals series, the first 10,000 fans will score a Logan Gilbert Funko Pop. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Can you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Picture this. You're staying at a hotel about to take an important video call, but the Wi-Fi is slower than 1997 dial-up. You struggle with your phone's hotspot as clients complain about your connection. These stressful situations don't have to happen. When you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you get free high-speed Wi-Fi to handle critical emails, join meetings on time, and even unwind with your favorite shows. No more worrying about spotty connections. Enjoy stress-free stays with reliable Wi-Fi. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
I actually talked about it on You Betcha on the podcast.
He is an unrivaled source of baseball knowledge.
Anyway, what were we talking about?
A guy who always has your back.
Pants back on, try and make the uniform look sweet in a split second. Come out, and I'm trying to open the door. I'm like, what the? And I said, listen, buddy, put your babysitting shoes on because Dad's going out for Father's Day. You got to watch Top Gun. You guys don't listen when I speak. I'm talking to a brick wall right now.
Ryan Rowland-Smith, every week with Wyman and Bob.
That's the open right there.
Here he is, everybody. We look forward to this conversation every single week. Our weekly conversation with Ryan Rowland-Smith is presented by Mazda of Everett. And if you're watching on the video stream, you see that handsome devil sitting there in between these two goofballs. How are you, man?
Doing great. I'm in Baltimore. I've joined the trip on the road. I'm working this series. I've got an off day. Got the family in town. Just been at the pool all day hanging out. So it's been a good day. It's been nice.
It's good to be Ryan Rowland-Smith.
Man, it is. I'll tell you what. With the family there.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You got